everyone. Thanks for coming by, everyone. Wow, yeah, a lot of first timers. Hey, Anna Quiet Debt. Thanks for coming on by. Brian, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the welcomes. ASCII Berry or Akea Berry 22. Congrats on making it here first time. And hey, Jim, thanks for coming on by too. Happy Saturday for sure. So, kind of like the title says, we're going to be building a full stack app from scratch based on Node.js and a certain tutorial that all of my fellow 100 devers should know exactly what it is. And then we're going to do some code wars in between all that, of course. I'm going to finish my leaderboard. I have to finish it because it has to be done before next class, because that's the last time it's probably going to be useful. And then, if I can make it that long, I'm going to do what y'all got kind of pressured me to doing last time. We're going to do another LeetCode. That's where it's supposed to be, Ryan, right? Hey. Alright, yeah, that's okay. We'll go through it from scratch, kind of following along this tutorial, and I'll explain everything I can. I'll just switch my scene over. But of course, we don't start with that. We start with a LeetCode or so. So, let's set this probably this much time. And yeah, we'll give ourselves a good little LeetCode to start up with. Of course, captions are available if you need it. If they're not working, feel free to let me know. They should be working though. Hey, well, hopefully I can help show the process and see how it works. We will be using a little bit of Express, though I'm more than happy to de-expressify as much stuff as we can, because the tutorial, which it's over here, it does use Express, Mongo, and I think Express and Mongo is the only core thing, but all the concepts transfer over. It's just a little less manual work than what we recently did. But yeah, hopefully we can get you up there a little bit. Worst comes to worst, statistically speaking, mine was probably going to be doing the this same project tomorrow. You can catch their stream, and again, statistically speaking, Leon, I think tomorrow's power hour is not, or tomorrow's office hour is, I don't think it's a power hour, so get a full office hours to ask any questions you want, which means they'll probably go over a little bit of the homework. So tons of review opportunities, I'm thinking, up here, Brooke. And then the Discord exists, which you'll need me to tell you about. But yeah, one thing before we do get started, there is, right now, happens to be also, watch me fail to copy and paste. There we go. I love their name. Tiny Chicken Code Squad is currently streaming too. They're doing some D&D RPG stuff that they've been like making as a project, where it's like all automatically generated D&D stuff. So there's no DM technically. If you don't know what D&D is, it's basically a tabletop game, but one person has to like come up with all the ideas, and the other people play in the world. But this one, apparently, you offload all that responsibility to the actual computer. So the computer does all that work. That's right, Blue. We're all on the same roller coaster, aren't we? Okay, let's actually set this timer up and give this first one a shot. Check for prime numbers. Start off with that's Python. Gonna be real awkward if I already did this in JavaScript. Okay, looks like I didn't. I could have swore I remember this thing, though. Yes, because I just grabbed a bunch of them. I did already do this. Okay. Let's go for a different one that I haven't actually done. There we go. Create a function to return the true type of a variable. This one doesn't seem too complicated. That's right, Ryan. We community talk. So, as usual, we gotta go prep. So, let me drop that in link for those who want to follow along. And that should help. Now the music is actually turned on, so there we go. Forgot to switch to that. It's okay. Switch that. There we go. Okay, so prep. Create a function to return the true type of a variable. Well, ain't that vague. So start our prep. Gotta spell prep correctly before anything happens. And prep. So our parameter is a variable of any type. We're expected to return, it appears, a string representing the type of the variable. It appears to always be lowercase. Examples, we have some good ones here. Array, object, string, an array, an empty array joined by nothing, which is a string, and then a date object. That one's going to be interesting. So there are like 5 different ways to figure out types in JavaScript, but we can start with by using the type of operator. I'm just going to see what that gets us. So, fun fact, type of operator, MDN. It returns what the primitives are, so it can return string, number, boolean, and things like that. But then for anything that's not a primitive, it thinks it's an object, I believe. It's also one of these weird ones where it doesn't need parentheses because it's technically an operator. So yeah, we can see all the ones that it does handle. Handles all these. Null is an object. Might have to handle for that. And yeah, so we're seeing that the 1 is already failing us for array. So we can, I happen to know what this is, so we can check if array.is array. And what this does, this takes in a variable and it returns if it is in fact an array. So this might not be the proper way, but this does handle our array. There we go. So now we have the next one failing, which is the date. So let's just console log it. Gotta get used to console log, folks. It is a time saver. So we can see it's this thing. Well, what can we do to get more information about this? Well, we can check our date global. See if there's any form of isDate. That would be cool. Nah, there isn't. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to do some kind of magic prototype based stuff. So let's call, I think, object get prototype of value. I think that does something. Aha! Okay, this gives me a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going on with this logic here. So const detected type equals this. So we're going to say if detected type not equal an object, then we're pretty sure it's correct because it's dealing with some form of primitive. So then you can return the detected type. Otherwise, we're going to have to do some logic to get the type ourselves. Now, as useful as this console log is, I'm going to bring out my own terminal. So we can say new date, then we can call the object.get prototype of on the new date. So now that I have an object that I can actually manipulate. So we got a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, we got lots of stuff in here. Let's just keep looking, find something useful. Okay, so eventually we got back to the object prototype. Not what we were looking for. We have constructor.name. That might do something. Prototype.constructor.name.to lowercase. And that doesn't look wrong for this one test case. We'll see if it passes the rest though. And then we'll see what the actual CodeWars solution for this is. Cannot convert undefined or null to object. Okay, so I imagine we got a null. Hey, Brookie. I do have a little bit in tech, so before 100 devs I knew just a little bit here and there, but it was just like only up to the point of what I needed to know. And then I basically stopped learning, so I have a lot of holes in my knowledge. So that's what going through something structured like 100 devs is filling in all that knowledge. Whoa, Code with Asden, thanks for coming on by. I saw you streaming earlier. What were I didn't look, unfortunately, that deep. What were you up to? Let me get that command working. How to create and maintain a good developer portfolio. Nice. That sounds interesting. Hey, and thanks for the follow, IV or iVitals or IV Vitals. Here we're just doing a little bit of CodeWars, figuring out some stuff. So what is the #1 tip for maintaining a good developer portfolio, huh? And there is the VOD for everyone who wants to catch it, see what they've had. Do I still use Peer.js for multiplayer? Yeah, Jim, it was fun. I'd used it, but I mean, I've kind of, like, it was a shiny toy, and I'm now done playing with the shiny toy. Like, the two games work. If I wanted to, if I wanted to make it a multiplayer game, I could, but I don't know, I'm kind of done with it. Having links that actually work. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. And thanks for the follow, you three. Vitals, Codifies. Tell me if be sure to tell me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Codeworth Asan. But yeah, thankfully, I believe most of my links do be working. Thanks. Yeah, I put a little bit of effort into them. S-Sun. Code with S-Sun. Okay, hopefully I got that better. Thanks for the correction. I will try to force my goldfish memory to commit that to memory. Yeah, so if value equals null, what do we expect to return? Null. But yeah, y'all heard it here, folks. Have working links. Am I running a Pomodoro? I am. As you can see, though, I am 3 minutes behind. So, like, the Pomodoro was good and it ran, and then I was like, I couldn't beat it. I couldn't meet it. So, that is a little Pomodoro clock up there, and it runs down when I pass it up, so everyone can see how far I missed the clock. It's a little one I just threw up with some basic CSS. It's not I mean, people have been asking, so maybe I will eventually make this a web Pomodoro clock. But yeah, we're just doing a few CodeWars. Stream basically just started, so you came in perfect timing. And then we're going to build a full stack Node.js app from scratch. I'm going to update my CodeWars leaderboard to get it done and all working. Love your freakus on Focusdoro.app. Oh, and your side projects. Yeah, for sure. Okay, this looks good. Pomodoro break. Click the play button. It starts. Counts down. Title in the or timer in the title. That's a good feature. A lot of them have. Pausing works. What's this button do? Resets it. Skip. Finishes the round. Then you go to break. Then we can restart the break. Skip the break. All working good so far. You can jump to which type you want. That's cool. Then we get the task. What are you working on? Testing. Yeah, but I mean, this is a good MVP so far. It's very, like, the style is looking great. Testing 1 of 1. Okay, let's see. So if I go through a break, then I skip through the break, I do a focus, and I skip through the focus. Oh, okay, it's... Oh, that's a checkbox. Okay, that's cool. You log in, your tasks are saved and synced to Firebase. Oh, nice. Let's see what auth is here. Oh, looks like we're going to get the full-on Firebase auth, so probably my Google account. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, it's very nice. Let's hit up a responsive test real quick, see how our mobile users fare. I mean, you're not going to get much smaller than that, so yeah. Pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's pretty great there, Esan. So I don't know, maybe it's just my behavior, but like you see when I click this thing, that I was interacting with the app otherwise, it feels like this is meant to be like a context menu. So again, this is my perspective. I would think that when I interact with the rest of the app, that would automatically close. Watch if I add another one. add another. Oh, I have to click that button. My bad. Yeah, see, now I have both of them open. So, I don't know, maybe having it automatically close. Commonly, so like when you click on anything else, I don't know how you built this reactor or whatever, but you can add event listener again to the body or again to the universe that takes a click outside. Also, a common usage, at least a common usage of me, is the escape key to close pop-ups and stuff. Angular and Tailwind. Okay, well then you surely know a way to do all that. Then Angular's a big old framework. But yeah, having that close when you click off or when you hit the escape key, it's generally how I expect modals or pop-ups to behave. But yeah, besides that, it's good. I don't know, maybe this is a Firefox thing. I'll try it on Chrome in like 5 seconds. What's this? I mean, I guess that's supposed to be like it struck out, but let me check it on Chrome before I be like, it's not working. It's like, it's probably Chrome not working. Classic Chrome being weird. Got 5 Chrome windows. Let me pull one over. Add task. Oh yeah, the UI does look a little better on Chrome. Gotta give it to Chrome. Yeah, still, so it's a little bit more in the middle. I'm assuming this is meant to be like a strikeout styling, where it's supposed to be through the middle of the word. Yeah. Maybe it's the font. I mean, you know, just take a little peek. A little peek. A little peek won't hurt. Text decoration line through. Okay, that was going to be my suggestion. It's just not doing the thing. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, hey, this ain't a you thing. This is just a how intonation is this working? Because for me, in my experience, line through always just works, and like the font's supposed to handle all that. Let me see what font is font, or just say a font family I want. Okay, so yeah, changing it to font does somewhat center it. It's still a little low though. Yeah, that's weird. Was it text transform capitalize or uppercase? Okay, so it's weird. It's with the lowercase letters that strike throughs don't go. Or maybe this is just how strike throughs work, or line throughs rather. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But yeah, if it's lowercase and the line through is a little lower, which on some fonts makes it look like an upper. Makes it look like this. And this is on Firefox, I guess. Yeah, on some fonts it really looks like that. Yeah, ain't got no solution, but line height. Yeah, I can see that. Line height 1 rem, less than 5 pixels. Maybe it's not. No, maybe I don't know how to use line height. Yeah, it don't appear to be doing line height. I mean, it's okay. Like I said, it was just a little confusing because I was like, oh, wait a minute, what's this indicator supposed to do? But yeah, it works a little better on Chrome, but yeah, just that weirdness. Probably, again, you didn't see it because it didn't show up on yours, so that's, yeah, I appreciate you sharing it so we can do a little free testing on it. Oh, was that button up there? Okay, some labeling. I reset. So this is a really nitpicky at this point. A div for strike through. No. So one optimization to this little thing is it kind of like everything else on this app is kind of like a unified style or whatever. You got the blues, the purples, the blues, the blues. But this thing, it's just up there, and at least I don't think it should have like a label or something for if you hover over it, like a title to tell for that. Plus, for accessibility reasons, it probably should have some, I don't know if it has a label on it. Yeah, the Unicode character. Maybe the text reader would actually read the Unicode as whatever that Unicode symbol is, but I'd definitely go with some more accessibility on that. Because it does look like a restart. Like, I figured it out after clicking on it, that resets it, but that could also be seen as a loading indicator by some. And yeah, the skip text is perfect because it says skip. But yeah, this is a great app. Yeah, mine it very much isn't an app. It's kind of just a React component I just shoved together. Yeah, look at that local storage, by the way. Take a peek. What have you stored? Okay, yep, all namespace. Okay, it's literally as the database path would have been. That's cool. Text, estimate, actual. Yeah. I'm assuming if I actually go through a full Pomodoro session, these things will automatically become 1 and 1 in check. It just doesn't do that when you skip it. But yeah, this is a great app. Nice, nice. Yep, I was able to figure that functionality out. Let's click delete. Yeah, delete works. Nice. Let me see accessibility. So if I tab Pomodoro, let's tab the beginning. Login, Pomodoro break, up to the tab. Is the add task button not being accessible? What is add task? Ooh, this is a div. No wonder I'm not able to tab to it. Okay, so, I mean, divs are cool, but as you saw, as a keyboard-only user, when I tab, you see my things over there. Then I tab again, I'm now over here. I tab again, I'm over here. Then my next tab, I don't know where I'm at. Yeah, I don't know where I'm at. Don't know where I'm at. Oh, that's a login button. Okay, eventually I leave the window. Ooh, a library that people could use for local. Yeah, I've heard of attempts like that because Firebase real-time database doesn't sync automatically with the offline and all that stuff. I hear the cloud version does. I haven't tried it, but yeah, I thought about the same thing of kind of like building my own manual sync weird thing. But like, yeah, sound like a better effort. Glad to hear that you're you already got it going for us though. But yeah, making this a button or at least keyboard accessible and all that. This I would definitely say it's good to have. And making this also, like, we can tell it's a play button, but label, all that stuff. But yeah, besides that, pretty great. Functionality, 10 out of 10. Of course, I'm happy to check it out. Look at this monstrosity of code now. So if it's an array, we return the thing. We do some special null checking. Let's do the special null checking up here. Let's make an else if. Save us a little bit. We can ternaryize this. So if return dedicated type equals an object, well, not equal an object, then we ternary that. Otherwise, yeah, for sure, I'll definitely be sure to check out your stream next time you're on. Thanks for the raid and thanks for coming on by. Okay, there we go. That is my CodeWarsy attempt. Let's see what the experts do. We know the experts, they out here. They are out here. Okay, so if you call okay, I'm looking for more of a proper solution. So we're just calling toString on it and slicing from 8 to the second to the last character. Manual checks. I don't think that's proper. Instance, they're probably getting the object tag out of this, aren't they? So let's yoink this. I mean, it's just yoink the whole function. Let's go for the top one. They got popular. The popular. Okay, so if I type cat new date, yeah, it does seem to be working. Let's chop this up a little bit. Just get this part of it. So if we say with a new date, how does that work? Unexpected expression got dot. Oh, that's awkward. Please figure it out. There we go. Okay. So it uses the or the tag name of it, the symbol tag name. Yeah, Jim, that's for how much time I should have spent on the timer. Like, I should have been done 15 minutes ago, but we had fun exploring that app. So it doesn't really do much when we're off task, but when we're on task, it's very useful, Jim. Probably should have paused or something. But yeah, for this one, we are basically at the end of it. So yeah, we're done there. And now we're going to be going. So the timer actually become useful for a moment. Not that useful. Where is it? Not that much. And we'll actually, yeah, Jim, I know. I try. I didn't Didn't get any big stream editions done today, or done this week, but yeah. Time is a precious resource. But yeah, we're going to be starting with this CRUD app from scratch. This is the article for y'all in the 100 devs. This is actually our homework, or our work to do. So we're going to be going through this from scratch. Hey, Rajaj, thanks for coming on by. How are you doing this day, night, or evening? And thanks for the follow, too. Hey, Jack Tree, it is going good. Going great. We just finished our first CodeWars. We're about to get into the bulk of the work, creating this simple CRUD app from scratch. How's your day, evening, or night been going? Okay, so reading all this is more of just reading. We're not here to. I'm not gonna read all the words out to y'all. This ain't that kind of stream. But yeah, getting started. npm init. Oh, it is? Okay, thank you, Jim. I will polish this down, or turn this down a little bit. There we go. We bump it a little more. Okay, feel free to tell me if the outside, the outside. I read your chat, Jack Tree. Like, tell me if the outside sounds good. No, tell me if the music balance is better now, Jim, and everyone else who can hear it. But yeah, appreciate the feedback. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad y'all can learn something from my process. Yeah, we are outside. So yeah, we have this lovely command. We'll start off right here. How do I do the thing? Let me first turn on the screencast so y'all can see my lovely keyboards and what I do. Close this, and as you can see, we have an empty directory here. So I'm just gonna paste in the command. And what did they say? Just hit enter through everything that appears. That's what I was gonna do anyway. There we go, and it generates this nice little package.json for us. So this is this contains the metadata, or just the data in general, of this particular node package. Okay, sure thing, Jack Tree. So it was at 29, 32. Let's drop it down to 35. There you go. Yeah, I know. I thought it was for the first moment, Jim. I must have bumped the volume or something. Yeah, I mean, it barely shows up on the equalizer. 50% more from where you have your setting. Okay. Okay, there. Let's see if that one is sounding any better. Thanks for the feedback, though, folks. There we go. Glad to hear it. And don't worry, that turning up is me, not y'all, so it should be good. Wait, did I just break something? Okay, it's not broken. Hey, thanks for the feedback, folks. We were getting there, right? It's all about small adjustments to making it a little better every time. Okay, yeah, we just created this thing, and it takes the name of the current directory, simple CRUD, and well, that's all we've got. That's as far as we've gotten. So let's see. Simplest way is to create a file called server. They want us to use touch, but y'all can create files however you want. So you can touch server, or you can say right click, new file, file name .js. Once you know how to spell that, and bada boom, bada bing, we have server.js. All your extensions start catching on fire. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Jim. Apologies for that, for the imbalance earlier. Thanks for the correction, folks. So we've created it. We're just gonna throw a console log in there. Then we say node server.js. May node be with you. So recap. Node is the command. Server is an argument to the command. A lot like functions. In this case, the first argument to node, when you're not using any fancy flags, is the name of the file to run. So when you say node server, and you can hit tab too, they can autocomplete depending on your environment. Hey, let's see what color we're gonna get today. That's awfully embarrassing. Did it not work, or Don't worry, Reggie. We'll get the timer working. Random. No. What is wrong? Oh no. Okay, let me try it. Just force it to something. Oh yeah, the bot's totally... Oh, I know what's happening. Ah, okay, so I can fix that. Yeah, what's happening is I forgot to turn the chat on for the bot. For that part of the bot. So I can fix that in like 10 seconds. I just have to turn off something there. So yeah. We're good. We'll be productive. Don't worry about it. No, it's okay. I paused the timer. The time has frozen. We good. It's literally a flag. I forgot to switch back. What terminal am I using? So I am using Oh My ZSH, and with that I'm using Power Wizard. So that's the theme. Oh My ZSH is kind of the pack. And I think if I look at my ZSHRC, well, where is it? SHRC. We can see the theme I'm using is power level 10K. Yeah, there's a lot that can be customized when you get into stuff like this. So yeah, I'm using Oh My ZSH and the theme of power level 10K. I'm on Linux, so that's my default shell. If you're on Windows, it's going to default to PowerShell and stuff. Don't know how to switch it over, but there's a way to do that. Yeah, man, Jack Tree. I mean, I don't remember how I did it. It was so long ago, but I think I kind of just went through the wizard. But yeah, there are a lot of moving parts with these things. Fortunately, I'm just like, I install it, go with the defaults, and then I chose my theme, went through the wizard. So I didn't do too much customization. But yeah, anything could be going wrong, depending on your environment and such. Yeah, I think all it gives you is like this weird path thing that'll get branch doohickey, and they have a Mac. I mean, it shouldn't have been that difficult, because Bash or Mac uses fish by default. Yeah, I'm getting there. Hey, thanks, Ryan. Thanks. It's taking a second. Gotta do a hard refresh of this screen. You're gonna see the secret sauce here. Enjoy the secret sauce. Boom. There we go. And now if we set it back to there, I should be able to do the thing. There we go. The random color's working now. You can't really tell it. HSL. Yeah, because I am bad at math. So I was like, because it's doing it based on a hue rotation. So it takes the, it takes the blue and it randomly hue rotates it. So I use the HSL to generate it. But y'all can use like whatever named colors you want. I wrote it in a way that it uses HTML to take the random color and then attempt to determine what you entered. So RGB, HSL, even the weird new H thing, colored, the names of colors. If HTML can handle it, I should be able to parse it, because I'm using HTML. But yeah, so with that, we got the colors working. Thanks for testing on the bot. Hey, Pink Star, thanks for coming on by. While we're testing things, let's go all the way. Why don't we? Y'all reminded me to test all these things, make sure they're working. No, bot. What are you doing? No. I test this every time before it actually runs, and it works. There's something about it being live, specifically me being live, that kills that command. It's everyone's invisible, don't worry about it. Q&A stream, I mean, y'all can ask your Q's while I do this. 92933, so yeah, another dead commando. Sadness. Now restart it, now ping should work. Work, you bot. Okay, so just don't run that command. Ping pong. There we go. You are the new bot, Jim, eh? That's okay. We're all invisible. But yeah, we've made it one file into this project. That's pretty good progress in my book. Okay, let's actually make a bit more progress. So, nope, not doing that anymore. Not doing that anymore. Okay, I got 2 windows open. Let's make them 1 window. My resources will love that. So yeah, we've gotten the big blank file. I'm going to install Express. Table tennis. I'm not no finite singularity. I ain't got 15 mini games up here. That's the wrong terminal. Let me use it in the right one for you folks. So Express is basically a wrapper around a lot of the functionality we recently manually implemented. It handles routing, it handles a bunch of other stuff. It has a middleware, aka plugin system. You can just add new packages to basically birth new functionality. It's pretty great. Does a lot of that heavy lifting for us. And then we just installed it. And as they show, it's now in our dependencies, so whenever someone else comes to use this project, they'll install this exact-ish version, make sure it's all compatible. Nah, you're not distracting, Jim. Like I said before, there are no distractions here. Or y'all are not distractions here. It's part of the process. So next, we're going to use Express and server by requiring it. And then we're going to run this little app listen. So just a yoink yoink and a yoink yoink. And then we're going to see if that works by saying node server.js again. And it doesn't work because I'm already using port 3000. So that won't be an issue on y'all's, but for change it to 3001, it's working. But if we go to 3001, there you go for it, pink stuff, finished work hours. I'm assuming that means you're currently working. I won't tell your boss though, don't worry. There you go. Finally got the logo. There you go. So as you can see, we went to 3001 and we're getting an error, but not the same kind of error. So we go to some other place, we get a browser error. We couldn't connect. But over here, we're getting cannot get /. Now, if y'all remember from when we were just making these HTTP servers without Express, we didn't get this built-in editor or this built-in error. We got a browser error like this. So we can already see the things that Express is doing for us. It's giving us a free error. Bullseye, I hear that Mac is good for coding. I hear it's better than Windows for coding, at least. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing here, Pinkstar. Yep, I always keep the track, keep working, you know? I mean, yeah, that's why I got my always lurking thing going, too, because, if y'all, I mean, there are a few more people here now. Tiny, I have to go copy it manually. I gotta copy it manually. I really should add a way to copy to my always lurker thing, but if y'all D&D buffs in here, Tiny Chicken Code Squad, I love their name, they're doing some D&D RPG based stream right now. Yeah, they're still on, so you can watch us both at the same time or check to them. Yeah, connecting is its own task, Jim. We will get to that, probably short. Yeah, Pink Star. I can tell they're like, okay, they had a plan for this, where it's like the rest of us just like, this is the username I made when I was 8. This is what we're stuck with now. But yeah, as you can see, we're going to turn this to an arrow function because I'm weird. There we go. And we're going to change this to localhost : and put a prefix with HTTPS. So the reason I like doing this is because watch as I close and restart the server. So it looks nice, but the advantage of typing the full URL in a console log is that if you're on an editor, any editor usually, you can hover over this and you see it says you can follow the link. So just by clicking, it goes to this place, and it's not HTTPS because we are not implementing SSL certificates. But now when you hover and click, it goes straight to it. So it saves people from having to type and manually copy and paste and stuff like that. Hey, Lassev. I gave it my best shot. Tell me if I got it wrong. Lassev. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. How are you doing this day, night, or evening? Thanks for the follow. Denmark. I gave it a shot, yeah. Gonna use your idea. It's not my idea, Ryan. I don't want to take credit for it. It's their idea, but I hope you knowed what you're doing. That's a good one. It's a good one. Not at all, Jack Tree. I mean, I'm more than happy with it. Hey, where's that? Yeah, more than happy. I mean, I know I'm not as I don't explain things as fluently as Mindwolf and such, but hopefully y'all can learn something from at least the process as I succeed and fail, and then succeed to fail. Yeah, y'all feel free to follow along. I mean, the article's here too, so yeah, 2 follow along materials. Ooh, the M1. Yeah, I mean, I heard it had problems in the beginning, Pink Star, but now it's like basically all of the software's compatible with it. So yeah, they're explaining how instead of writing one giant listener where we have REQ and RES, I appreciate it, Pink Star. Try my best. Yep, so this is the way that we do routers in Express. It's similar to the way we were doing before with the giant switch or the if-else's based on the path, but instead of doing it in one giant function, you attach it with app.get. Now, it doesn't have to be get. It can be whichever method name you want. So it can be post, or it can be put, or it can just be route. And how's route work? I don't remember how route works. But there's a way. It's like very customizable, kind of as you see fit, but this is the most common way of doing it. So instead of writing a bunch of if-else's or a bunch of switch cases, you write one app.get, your path name, same like the other path name, and then a little handler function to basically handle what is going on. I appreciate it, Ryan. Try my best. So, now what's this do? Well, we can already see from the template, REQ and RES. I'm not a fan of these being short. I know everyone knows what they means, but UEST, I like spelling them out longer. Yeah, I mean, I guess Macs warn you when you have too much stuff open. I guess on Linux and Windows, they're like, you got too many things open? Sounds like a you problem. I don't get no warning. The warning I get is my mouse stops moving, so I'm glad Mac gives y'all warnings. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Ryan. We'll do that. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Yep, so now what we have is these request and response. But if y'all do your VS Code hovers or do your console logs, console logging these things gives you an output of just everything in the universe. But we'll do it just for funsies. So stop, restart the server, go to the URL, refresh the page. It spins forever. The never ending request. Because we never ended it. And if you look in our console log, we see everything. We literally see everything. Not very useful. So this is where like our CodeWars habits of just console log everything. If you get the time, sure, but if you don't, it's like, well, that's a lot of information. Fortunately for our editors, they tell us a bunch of stuff like request dot. You get the most popular stuff with these little stars up on them. And the other stuff, but we don't need to worry about that right now, because I believe the next step is in the instructions. So kind of like how we had it before, where we could send some stuff on the response. We can do the same thing here. And I do want to point out that while this is named similarly to the request and response of HTTP create server, they are not the same. They share almost all the same functionality, but they're not the same. This is, as we can see by control clicking, or by failing to control click. Okay, VS Code, it tried. This is Express's wrapper or extension around the native HTTP request and response. So while they share a lot of the things, they also implement things differently and have more or less APIs. So it's like a Venn diagram. You got the old one and you got the new one, most of the stuff, but then some of the things it's like, I'm gonna do it differently, so it re-implements it in different ways. So for things that worked before, it might not work again, or it might work differently. So before, we had to do a write head, then we had to do a send, then we had to do an end. But now, you can see you can just do a send, and you can do more stuff, but there are 5 different ways to do this. Easiest is just .send, which, thanks to the documentation, sends a response. Now if we refresh the server, we see it don't work, because the server's offline. So we turn the server back online. And now we have hello world. And this is how we do all of our handlers. So if we do other page, hello other, then we stop the server and start the server, and we go to other page. It's working just like that. So instead of writing the big switch case or the big if else, write them as gets and have a little callback function for each of them. Kind of like an event listener. So I don't think that's the next step in the tutorial though. So let's follow along. Here comes the fun stuff. So instead of having to write all those little helper functions to send files for us, it knows Express has it built in, a send file method. So if we say response.send, we can already see that you can send like 5 different things. You can send a date, you can send a file, you can send a status. We're going to send a file, and documentation comes straight to us in VS Code thanks to all the good maintainers who write it. They even give us, well, they gave us an example. Yeah, send file. They even give us a nice little example. It's a weird example, so don't follow that example. But as you can see from the actual example, we are sending it based on dir name, and we are doing some string concatenation with index.html. So I need an index.html for this to work. Let's see what happens if I just forget it. We get an error for the wrong page. There we go. So if you just forget to create your file, or you try to send a file that doesn't exist, you get the ENOENT error. No such file or directory. It might look a little different on y'all's, but at least on mine, this is the raw kind of error code for what is going on here. And you get the same thing logged here. So that's another feature that Express gives us. Usually, we wouldn't get this error in our browser. We would get some 500 code. But what Express does is they send that error that happened. They send it to the user in this little bit of text. So again, built-in error handler that's doing that for us. Now we fix that. How do we fix that? By creating index.html. And now we don't need to restart the server. Bada boom. There's nothing in this HTML file. We add some stuff to the HTML file. Hello world. Do auto format, and now we refresh. We can see we are getting the HTML file exactly as it was written in the actual file. And so yeah, that's basically the helper that we all wrote. The send file, or that some of us wrote, instead of calling fs read file, then passing the callback. This is a synchronous version of that. Maybe it's not synchronous. Yeah, it's not synchronous. It is asynchronous and all that fancy stuff, but it does it basically for us. Yeah, and dir name is the current directory you're in. This is available not exclusively. It is available on the Node.js environment, not in the server environment. As you can see, oh, not in that one apparently. It's on the Node.js environment when you're running in a script. So if I console log it, nope, not there. There we go. We can see a console log the dir name, which is, I suppose, let's read their definition. Current directory you're in. Now I don't know what that means, so let's see what that really means. Node simple CRUD and then server. Okay, so dir name explicitly is the directory name of this current file, not necessarily where you're executing the command from. There's a difference. I just wanted to see what the difference was. Yep, and I run the wrong commands. There we go. Now we don't need that anymore. I think, well, this is the HTML I kind of skipped ahead on templating. It is NodeMon time. Hey, for those of you who were here to my last one, we get to actually go through the official way of doing it. But NodeMon is essentially like live server, but for the backend. So you know how you have live server that used to automatically refresh your front end code when you were using it, if you were using it. So you wouldn't have to remember to refresh the browser. Now we have NodeMon, which, okay, they're doing it a dev way. This is a cool way of doing it. Another way of doing it is npx NodeMon server.js. There are 5 different ways to run one thing in Node.js. So essentially, whenever you make a change, it will restart the server for you. So live server for your front end only code, NodeMon for any back end code. And as you can see, lots of customization options. It's watching everything, watching only for these 3 extensions. And you can type RS if you want manual restart. Cool little things. You probably never need to use them. Just run the command and it works. Now they did create our first script. So there's a lot of terminology here, but they're kind of using the same word. So every file, so like this server.js, this is a JavaScript script. Like a Node.js, it is a script file. But then additionally, so it's like a file that's being executed by Node.js. Additionally, we have these Node scripts right here. These are like aliased subcommands, which you can think of like domain name systems. So when I go to google.com, I'm not actually going to google.com. Sure, that's the name of the place, but that's not where I'm actually at. I'm actually going to some random IP address that is somewhere out there. But the domain name system has mapped google.com to the correct IP address, because no one's going to want to remember IP addresses to go to their favorite websites. So the same way that the domain name systems map domain names to IP addresses and real servers, these package JSON scripts map shortened command names to longer command names. So instead of remembering I gotta run NodeMon server every time, you can say npm run, and if you don't enter anything, it tells you everything there is. So if you were too lazy to go look at package JSON, you can just run npm run, and it's like, here's all the things you can do. So you can say npm run dev, and you can see it automatically runs whatever command you typed in here. Yeah, Raja. So npx, what npx does is it allows you to execute any node binary. So npx NodeMon server, so that's what I was doing before. It was basically, it found this binary in all the things you have installed with Node.js. If it didn't exist, it installed it, and then it executed, passed it whatever arguments it was. The way that works is that it looks in 2 places. First, it looks wherever you're currently running it. So it looks here and it says, okay, is there a node modules with this in it? If so, I'm going to use it. If there's not, it looks to the next one. It looks in classwork. Is there a node modules with this in it? Nope. And it goes all the way through all the paths until it gets to essentially to the root of your home or something. It gets to the highest it can go, and then it says, okay, if I found it, eventually install as a global, I use the global version of that package, NodeMon. If I didn't find it, I'm going to ask them to install as a global. Now the difference between that and this is that when you do npm run dev, it doesn't go up the chain. Basically, it doesn't go, oh, stop that. It looks right where you run it. So it looks here, and then it looks for NodeMon in this node modules, but it doesn't go up the chain. No, it doesn't do that at all. It stays where it is. So There's no risk, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know. I think there's no risk of it using a wrong package. Yes, I would say it's more stable to do this way, Ryan. And also, the fact that when you put it in a script, it also kind of forces you to make a dependency. So if I was telling people, oh, this is my cool package, and I didn't include the dependencies because I was using npx the entire time, they would run this script and it would say, I couldn't find this. So it's much more stabler way to do this. Plus, it's kind of built-in documentation. You don't have to go to a README and say, these are all the commands to do the things. You can type it in here. These are all the commands to do the things. So yeah, you should generally use, when you're in a project, almost always you want to run these as scripts or have them as scripts and run the defined scripts. When you're not in a project, that's when npx is kind of flourishes. Hey, Ping Pong 17, thanks for coming on by. Thanks for the follow. And hey, thanks for following YouTube, Baldioso, Baldiso. I mean, yeah, hey, God Atheist, thanks for coming on by. And yeah, it can be a little boring, but I mean, it's not going to stay a CRUD. And this is technically, if you're not familiar, I'm a part of 100 Devs. It is 100 devs. I can type. There we go. It's a pretty cool agency with a free training program, and currently this is the material we're going over. So I'm just going over with it with everyone else, so we can all get a feel for it. And yeah, it's boring at the moment, but I do plan on making this less boring. Spoiler. Okay, I guess it's not much of a spoiler. Y'all are watching the beginning of my 100 hours project, because I'm gonna take this when it's done and be like, okay, this is the base for my 100 hours project. Gonna use better models on the database and all that stuff. Surprise, Ryan. Yeah, this is my 100 hours project. I know, maybe I should have clickbaited it better, huh? Nah. Yeah, we have a script here for NodeMon, and dev is just a common name. Start is another common name, very common name. Whenever you deploy it, they'll try to run the start. So this is where you want your deployable thing. So yeah, dev is a common one for development. Start is a common one for starting, very common. And yeah, that do be what we're doing. npm run dev. This is what we want to do. Let's see the next thing. Okay, a little bit of HTML formage. Again, I'm going to follow this through basically to the T before I make my customizations. So this is an HTTP form. Yeah, I think we've used this. Honestly, I don't think we've used this that much. Essentially, instead of calling fetch, we use the native browser actions in which you can tell forms to do things. Like this is the way it was done back in the day. So you told it what the action was, aka where to send this information, send it to /quotes. What method to send it as, usually you keep it as post because that keeps the information out of the address bar. So it's sent as a post request instead of a get request. Things are nice and cleaner. Basic HTML. When you're using a form, the name actually matters. So the name, once the object exists on the server, the name is the key. So my key is going to have a name, and the value is going to be whatever was in the name field. So so name becomes key when you're using forms in their, what do we call this? Synchronous way? I don't know. And then yeah, buttons have type of submit. Not necessarily needed in today's world, but they're useful when you want to make sure that when you hit this button, it submits, versus you hit another button and you don't want this button to do anything. So actually there's a reset button here. Cool thing about forms, you can have reset buttons, so we're gonna add that right now. Watch me be wrong. Blah blah blah. Reset. Yeah, so if you ever want to reset a form, you can add a button with a type of reset, and it resets the form. Ta-da! I know, there's not much to it. It just resets the form. as we can see, we have that part down. They go into different explanation. Then we have a post for quotes. So, matching the method name, because that's the way the express works. Post for quotes. We're just going to keep that console log there. It looks fine. Then we're going to click the button and look at the terminal. And there it do be. Okay, Jacktree. So what probably... the information isn't showing up in your index HTML. Okay, so that shouldn't... I'm trying to think of what could possibly cause that. So you're saying the form isn't showing up in your HTML? As in this particular form? Or other information? I mean, I think this is the only information we have in our HTML at this point. You may need to stop and restart the server. You shouldn't have to, but that may be a solution. Probably should title this quotes manager. Very great name. Yeah, server.js. The index endpoint is response.sendFile dir name plus index.html. I have index.html and server.js in the same directory. Yeah, here's the server.js file. Of course. And you know what? I didn't mean to do this, but I just took so long to get around to it. Let me swap off real quick. Sorry. There's that back. Gotta move Firefox. There you go. Enjoy. Because I might as well make a repo of this. What do we want to call this? Yeah, and I'll rename this at some point. Once I find a good name, which I still haven't gotten a good name from 100 Hours Project, so we'll just keep calling it this. Okay, let me open the terminal. Make sure you can see that part, and there, and there. Stop that. Run that commando. Hey, yeah, we're working through the CRUD app there, Leah. The one from the example, and spoiler alert, this is going to, once I finish with the base, I'm going to turn it into my 100 Hours Projecto. Of course, now I'm just adding some stuff so we can get this on a repo, so people can follow along a little better. There you go, back to the server. How has your day, evening, or night been going so far, Leah? Hey, it's no delay. No, don't be sorry at all, Jacktree. Like everyone said, we are community taught. Yeah, that's probably a good start, because we are going into some new stuff with this Express library. So yeah, probably best to get a little bit handle on the HTTPFS. Ooh, the Travesty Node video. Yeah. Let me see if I got this working. There we go, it appears to be working. And y'all can follow, you all can see the code for yourself in your own editors right there, using the trusty repository. So y'all can copy and paste and diff to see what went wrong with our code. There you go. But at this point, quotes ain't doing much today. So we have the button. It don't do nothing. The button don't do nothing. Button will do a lot more if the server was turned on. So npm run dev runs the dev package.json script. Once we go back, we refresh and get the exact same behavior because we forgot to respond. But we didn't forget to respond. We didn't want to respond. I had nothing to respond with so far. So, following the instructions, Hey, Leah, we're all on that same roller coaster together, you know? We'll all get there eventually. Don't worry about it. I've been in the catch-up crew a number of times. Don't We've all been there. Great. So yeah, now we're gonna get to the parts that Express doesn't handle, and kind of why Express got so popular is because it offers this kind of plugin extension system called middleware, in which you can kind of just add things to it using this app.use syntax, and they add or change behavior of kind of the entire server or the subsection of the server you added on. So that's the extensibility of it and the freedom kind of to extend however you see fit. So they're explaining here that essentially, while we have it, it doesn't parse the form. So what the form does, and we're going to show what the form does right now, using the network tab, good old trusty network tab, can't leave home without it. We click submit, and it hangs. So once you turn the server off, it fails, and we can see what exactly it did. So it sent a whole bunch of stuff. Then we can see the cookies. It sent a whole bunch of cookies. Half of this isn't even for this thing. Then we can see in the request, it sent form data. If we click raw, this might look a little different on Chrome. It changes how it shows. So it sent name equals. That's a really bad example. Let me make a better example. Oh, boats. There we go. Now we submit that, stop the server, and we can see that with the pretty view, it looks like a JSON object. The name is Rascal, the quote is boats. But in reality, what it did is it sent this string, name equals sign Rascal, ampersand, quote equals boats. Now this looks a lot like what our query parameters look like, don't they? Because it is almost the same format. There might be slight differences, but it's basically the same format that's used in the URLs. Just it's done in a post, so not only does is it not visible to anyone that can just see your URLs, but it's also you can send a lot more, because in this URL bar, I think you're limited to like 2,000 characters or something. So you can send a lot of form data through posts, basically infinite, though there is a limit somewhere. You'll probably never hit it though. So yeah, we're going to use this middleware. So body parser is what they use. Now this article was written 2 years ago, and it's a great article, does a lot of cool stuff. I'm a little paranoid though, because I thought that got built in, this body parser functionality. Oh, and our break is out. Do we still need it? Huh, I thought this thing got built in. Maybe it didn't. If you're using Express when we all are using new versions. So yeah, you can follow the tutorial. Lovely tutorial, it works great. I'm gonna try to follow this article that says about that. Oh, I love these articles on Medium. When you go to copy and paste, it doesn't let you. So apparently, Express URL encoded is a method that returns a middleware that parses URL encoded bodies and stuff. So essentially, it does what that library used to do. So kind of like, if we're all aware that fetch is a browser API for most of the time, but now fetch is becoming a browser and node API. So instead of having to install a module that does this library here, Express, is now doing what body parser used to do. And now we can see the data, console logging, rec.body, or is it params? I don't know where it's at. But we will res.send something just to make sure it's happy, and we'll restart the server. Okay, we already got a warning. Undefined extended, provide extended option. So we can Google that, or we can just do what it says. So it says provide extended option. I'm guessing it's a Boolean. Well, what's extended? Extended is, okay, I guess we gotta do some reading. The extended option allows us to choose between parsing with the query string library or the QS library. I think my goldfish memory is telling me this is like depreciated or something, so we'll keep it to true, I guess. Yay, we got no warning. So now if we go back to our server, back to the root of our server, make this smaller, make this larger, and we give it a quote, and we click submit, we get something back. So that's just because we responded with something. But more importantly, we look in our terminal, we can see the responses we got before. So we can see it's in req.body is an object with the name of Rascal and the quote of quote. Now let's see if we still get this if we don't use this URL encoded thing. So I'm just going to refresh basic browser. You make a post request, it'll ask you to make it again. We made it again, and req.body is undefined. So this is the power of middleware. You can add it at this place, and every request will essentially, this is what every request does. So imagine you have a train or something like this, and then you add this URL encoder. It processes every request that comes in, and it tries to make some changes to it. In this case, what it does is it parses out the encoded data and adds it to the body property as an object. Then you have another middleware, but this one, you can see this one is only if you're going to the slash. So if your request isn't going to slash, then it goes on to the next one. So this is the one for quotes. You're only going to get a Q. A intelligence, thanks for the 5 bits. How are you doing today, this evening, this night? Did you do any cool fancy Photoshop things? We're just getting into the ramp up of Express and all the cool middleware powers it has. Although I should take a break. So yeah, you came at just the right time. You came at break time. Because we just got the quotes being sent from the front end to the back end via a form post request. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to send it back. So res.send request body. So when they send us something, we send it back. You're all probably wondering, well, you know, you forgot something. You forgot to JSON stringify it. Request does that for us. You forgot to send the header that says content type JSON. Express does that for us. This is the power of Express. It does all these little things kind of automatically. So you just say .send, and if you're sending some JSON value, it spits it out as a JSON value. It automatically adds the headers, does all the magic for us for free. Now maybe we can still customize it to our heart's content, but still, it does all the stuff by default for free. And by the way, this is an extension that makes it look pretty. Usually it looks like boring text. It looks like this. It also shows all this other stuff, but this is all that matters. Hey, yeah, we're doing good on this Saturday. It's going good so far. I'm seeing going for a light green appears. I see that shift. Yeah. Just starting up on Express, ready to go. And with that, we will be taking our break. Everyone be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Find the right tab. There we go. We'll be taking our break. Well, that's quite the color scheme someone last chose. Looks good, looks good. Catch y'all at the end of the break. folks. Break is coming to an end. Feel free to slowly make your way back. Yeah, those are some good emotes, though. I gave it to you, Intelligent. Yeah, oh, HTML one. That's a fun looking one. And hey, Hatrika, don't worry, you're not too late. We're just getting into the we just got into a little bit of it. Got the Express up, got post requests working. We haven't even gotten the database yet, so you are not late to any party whatsoever. And that's good, because we're going to, of course, be starting off this session with a CodeWars. Went and found one that looks easily doable. Yes, I did. So let us switch on over to the CodeWars. I'll give myself, how much is that? Don't need that much. Yeah, about 8 minutes should be enough. CodeWars, yeah. Found this one here. It says we're going to sort some reindeer. So, write a function that accepts a sequence of reindeer names, returns a sequence with the reindeer names sorted by their last names. So, as always, gotta do our prep. So, what parameters are we given? We're given an array. What is that array of? That array is of strings. Additionally, it is guaranteed that each string, yeah, Santa, the one and only. I mean, Node.js runs on everywhere. It's in space, it's in the North Pole, it's everywhere, Pink Star. Everything runs JavaScript now. So it's guaranteed that each string contains 2 words. And when the last names are identical, we're supposed to keep the original order. Yeah, it's everywhere. So we got the parameters. What we're supposed to return. The returns a sequence. So it can be a new array or it can be the same array, as long as it's sorted by their last name. It does need to be the original strings. So we're not returning an array of arrays or anything like that. In these examples, we have one example. One entire example, folks. We can figure this out. So, the one example is Tonia Morchua CCFHJKOMT. Okay, so ordered by last name. I can kind of see that. So, great thing is that we have something. So, we're going to do a sort, because that is the method that exists on arrays that allows you to sort things. And we're receiving our 2 parameters, which are 2 random elements from the array. Well, they're not random, but there's 2 elements of the array. And now we are expected to sort them based explicitly on their last name. So first we want to get their last name. So we're going to do this bad code first. That's a.split empty space index1. So that takes this, turns it into an array by the space, and it gets the 1th, Tanya, or Tonya. Then we're going to compare that with locale compare, which is the recommended way to compare strings when sorting, with b.split space 1. And if they're the same, locale compare should do it for us. And there we go. JavaScript. Some of these with JavaScript, it's too easy. You know, all these cool built-in methods. So if y'all never saw locale compare, what it does is essentially the same trick when you do one number subtract another number, returning the proper, like, 1, -1, or +1 appropriately. But you can see a number indicating whether a reference string comes before, after, or same in sort order. So you can see it's even got options for like different locales and different parts of it. Though we can see, much like the sort, -1 reference string before compare string, positive after, 0 for equivalent. And you, just like when subtracting numbers, you're not necessarily going to get -1 or +1. Apparently you can get -2, +2, or other numbers essentially in that range. Apparently there's a fancy object you should use when bulking this. Don't know about that. Yeah, here's an example for, you can even do which locale, you want punctuation, so tons of cool options in this thing. Yeah, we didn't need all that, thankfully. Apparently you can do numeric sorting, so yeah, tons of cool things in locale compare, but it's all we needed to do. Now we are being a little inefficient, because for every time we look at them, we're performing the split and then the one, so not the best operation, but I don't think we need to optimize it too badly. Someone else has already done that for us. It looks like they didn't do that for us, so this is exactly what we wrote. Basically what we wrote. They're using backticks instead of quotes. Okay, so this is it's very useful, Zybrith. Now here's the locale compare alternative. It's essentially using the greater than or less than operator. So you can see if A is greater than B, then you're supposed to return 1. Otherwise, less than, -1. Otherwise, they're equal, return 0. So you don't have to use locale compare for this. You can use the greater than or less than operator, which it doesn't do the same thing because it doesn't have all the options. But I'm going to assume that if you don't customize it, it has the equivalent functionality. See, locale compare. Oh, this is a person who didn't go full ternary on it. Oh, someone went split, used destructuring instead. Okay, they wrote a separate function for their compare. That's cool. First space A. Okay, so instead of doing a split, they grabbed the index of the space and sliced everything after that. This would have helped for names. So essentially, if our name was had like a middle and a last, so like A B C D E F G H I, our split would only return D E F. So using a slice on the first one would return the entire second portion after the space. So it wasn't part of the question, but that does behave a little differently if our question did ask it. Name length. Okay, so that's just getting the last one long way. Hey, there's the regular expression. We knew it'd be in here, didn't we? It's always got to be a regex. Greater than, equal to. They did nothing, so they didn't handle if the names were equal. Apparently that passed the test, though. Ah, okay, look at this one. Oh, didn't mean to click that. So what this one did is it compared the first letter of each last name, which apparently, with the written test, passes. So they're able to get by with that. Substring index. That's basically doing the split, but handling middle names. Gotta love the to-dos. Ooh, substring by last index of. So that's always going to get the last name. So if there are 3, it's always going to be the last one. There's our character counter right there. Using tagged template literals instead of function calls with parentheses. Yeah, I don't think you get any smaller than that, buddy. Yeah, I mean, those are about all the variations there are for that one. That was a good CodeWars. Let's jump right back into the code. Let's start that timer back up, and we should be able to get our database actually hooked up in this session. Okay, so we got our body parser, MongoDB. Oh, I guess we're using MongoDB raw. Yeah, we're not using Mongoose yet, apparently. That's cool. I guess we will at some point. Cool. So we'll run this command to install MongoDB. Now, what MongoDB is, it's another library. It allows us to make JavaScript, like you write JavaScript code for it. It is an API in a way in which it makes a simpler interface for us to interact with the actual database. So we don't have to write all the fancy network requests, all the authentication. We write it once with MongoDB, and it handles all the work for us. Now here, they're telling us how to use it. We're just going to drop all this in the same file because we're baddies writing bad code. Apparently, Mongo client.connect error client. Okay, so this is the part where I heard a few people having trouble. So I will try to explain this part, or go through this part a little slowly. So this is essentially telling the Mongo client to connect to the URL string. So this is going to be a combination of username plus password plus URL plus DB name plus even maybe with some args. It can all be done in one string that basically handles it all. And is there a promise version of this? There is. So we're not going to use the callback version. We're going to use .then. What's this? This is going to be value. I don't know what value is, but we're just going to console log it. Well, not console logging that. Console logging value. And then after, and only after the database connects, we're going to start the Express server. So if the database don't connect, we don't get no Express server. And just for a fullness, I'm going to add a console.error to the end here. Save that. Yeah, and that looks okay. Now, obviously, this ain't the URL. And since this is like, we'll find out. I had this open in a tab. Where'd the tab go? The tab looks like it's gone. That's okay. I will just relog back into Mongo. Apparently, I closed it at some point. And I will show the steps to get the correct URL. Don't worry, I plan on resetting this shortly after the stream, so store whatever you want. Oh, I have to sign all the way back in. Phew. So yeah, enjoy the miniature break y'all are getting right now. Apparently, like, I literally logged in a few hours ago. It's like, I don't remember you. Do, 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 do. Remembering my passwords. Wrong password. Right password. Yeah, okay. I finally got the right auth. Let's see. They probably have some instructions here, so we can scroll down to them. So yeah, this is all about creating it from scratch. Once you get to this screen, create a database. And once you create a database, you create a cluster. You gotta create 5 different things, but that is welcome to MongoDB, database management in general. And eventually, you'll have a cluster with a connect button, and you need to whitelist your IP address. Huh. I did not know that. Back in my day, you didn't have to do that. It's okay. We will see what happens. So, where is it? Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Because this example is like 2 years old. Create a Mongo user. I'm not seeing that on this site. So let me click go back. Be quiet, file system. Okay, so yeah, I might as well show it. There's nothing on here. So this is the page on my thing. So I came here. This is where it first took me when I logged in. I got the cluster. I went to go click connect. It's taking me to this thing where I want to connect my application. And now it's saying all this stuff. So they include a full example. What node version? I am using Node. This is the example. So I guess I'm just going to copy this and drop it in there. Now obviously, got my username and password. I'll need to... How do I do this? Okay, so I can't show you that part, folks. So I'm going to use a environment variable. So this is also going to show how we use environment variables in Node.js. So what environment variable are is they're basically secrets that are only visible. So they're not configurables, but they're secrets that are only visible on whatever environment you're running it on. So like Node.js is an environment. Sometimes when you're developing, you have these set to certain things, but when they're actually deployed in the wild, aka they're in production, you have them set to other things. So what I'm going to call this, and they're kind of key value, but they're a lot simpler. So it's not JSON, it's basically MongoDB URI. And you can call these keys whatever you want. You can call these values whatever you want. Now, before I go explaining this, do they explain? Okay, they don't actually explain envs. Yeah, that's why I'm going to go ahead anyway. So basically, it's a key value where you have these here, and then you'll be able to load them and access them in JavaScript by saying process.env dot, and then the same key you use to extract the value. So it's a lot like just a JSON object, but it's only strings. So this is going to become the string. And the reason that it's used locally is because when you want to access things, but you don't want this information to enter your GitHub repository or become leaked in any way. Now, when you actually deploy a server, you'll have these settings on wherever you deploy it. Heroku, Rail App, Google, AWS, Azure, they all have them where you can set what environment variable values are. So you don't get a file, you get a dashboard. It's a little bit easier, but they end up in the same place. They end up as environment variables, which by default are loaded into a file when using the cool dashboards. But when using a .env file, which is the common naming nomenclature, you can tell because it generates this cool little icon. You got to use another node package, and it's called .env. No, it's not called dot, it's called .env. I'm getting there. And what this does is, I'll just probably read the description because they explain it a lot better than I can. Loads environment variables from an env file into process env. That's what it does. And that's what we want it to do. Because as much as I love y'all, I'm not sharing my username and password with y'all. So now that we've done that, we're not going to do anything yet. We're just going to console log and see if it happened. Did it happen? Drum roll, please. PM run dev. Ooh, so we got an error, but we see it's undefined. The package didn't work. Well, there's some more instructions. So we have to actually require it and call a .config on it. So if we go up to the top here, here's a good spot as any. So now this is a little different than what we've been doing so far. We're requiring, then after the require, we call .config. Usually we do something like this. We say .env equals require, and then we say .env .config. So it's a little different, but it's basically just not storing the module in a variable because we don't need it in a variable. Yeah, Jim. No password yet. Nope, not yet. We getting there. But now we've added this line, we will be able to see it. Oh, I have no formatter. Weird. VS Code got really confused for a moment there. Just format my code. Weird. Poor VS Code. There you go. So now we see when we run it, we have the exact same string I stored in that env file now in our code. Will I store these passwords as hashes? Yes, Jim, I will, and I'll explain that further when we get there. But basically, once I get to the password section, at least the actual password section, the MongoDB credentials, they're kind of whatever password you have on your account, I believe. But when I get to it, each account will have like a row of their information. Well, it's technically not a row. Gotta think in Mongo terms. They'll have a document. Then they'll have a password, which will just be a string broken into two parts, a salt and a hash. So what that basically means, it's a cryptographically kind of smart way to do it, in which you would have to guess a lot to figure out what the actual plain text password was. Like, you have to do a lot of computation to guess it. But if you already had the plain text password, you could verify it in basically a snap of the fingers. So that's basically how all encryption works as a generally, but that's basically the way to do it. Nah, Jim, I mean, I literally, it's not even that, I have to get there, like I haven't even made it to the hashing of passwords yet. So I can't put the cart before the horse, so it's not even priority anything. I don't have anything. I can't build a roof until I got walls, you know? So I need to be able to connect to the server. Then I can make documents, create users, create hashes of passwords, then verify hashes. So you're good, you're good. So now I get to look at this file. Oh, not that file. On this terminal, and I get to figure out what my actual password is and what my actual username is. Where do those exist? Not that tab. Not that tab. This tab. Here we go. I guess this is probably shouldn't show this one on stream. I'll show it to you eventually once I figure it out, folks. I just need to figure out where, because I've created this forever ago. Yep, I am understanding everything I'm reading. There it is. Okay, found a username. So apparently this is an old thing. Let me delete that. Okay, apparently. So if you want to find a username, you got it. If you went through the tutorial, it may have had you create it. If you've been here before, you go to database access, then you click on there's your username. So that's that part of the equation. What's my password? Oh, okay, so apparently this is somewhere in here. If I remember this, I should. Maybe it's my old password. About to find out. So I'm just gonna run the server, see if I can get the right password. Okay, it doesn't look like the wrong password, folks. Maybe I should enter the wrong password just so. There we go. Okay, so I enter the wrong password, it fails. Enter the right password, it works. And I hide the secrets. Yay, y'all can't see it anymore. Okay, so I entered my username and password into that little section. And now I'm going to stop console logging, fat, clear. And now we're just going to run the command again. So I entered in the correct username and password, and now we got this giant object. So deja vu, right? We console log an object and we get 50,000 lines, but we can see, and that went well. We have all this information, so much information, and eventually it's successful. Now if I change it by saying a bunch of bad stuff, we're going to see it fail. Well, that's awkward. So if I change it to some really bad stuff, we'll see it fail. There you go. You see invalid scheme, invalid connection string. Now, you know what, let me actually put a bad password in there so you all can see what an authentication error actually does look like. Great thing about this is the passwords are like per server, so like they're locked in per the thing. Okay, so when you have an authentication error, this is what it looks like. It says bad authentication failure. So it tells you what the error is. That's a great thing about this particular library, and I suppose most in general. It actually tells you why it's failing. So it's telling you, it also says a handshake error, but with all errors, read it from top to bottom. Bad authentication failure. So now if I go back and I fix my password, I rerun it, we'll see we don't have authentication error. Instead, it's just working. We're console logging a value, very big value. We don't want to see it anymore. Restart, and apparently it's working. We can see we have some chart action going on, so we are making connections. And now, well, now we get to finish falling through the tutorial. So hopefully, for those who had issues with the connection, that was somewhat explainable. After you follow through this, click connect, grab this string. Oh look, now it has my username in it. Great. And then the password for that user goes right there. You get rid of the chevrons, so the chevrons go away, and use that string either directly in here or in a .env file. If you're fancy, you can use it right here raw when you're trying it out. Then before you commit it to GitHub, hide it appropriately. But yeah, we have a database. Now we want to do something with it. Apparently, yeah, so remember this article was written 2 years ago. Things have changed in time. Let's see, sorry, brain is sleeping. There we go, so yeah, essentially that there. Okay, change the database from test to something else. Name it anything you want. I don't think I gave it a database. Yeah, I didn't actually give it a database name. And then they add all their listeners inside the callback when the connection happens. Okay, so it looks like this is what we're going to do. So when you connect to a database, there are different. So when you connect to a server, we get the terminology right, the server can have different databases. So this is what this is essentially doing. We are connecting to a database on the server, then we're connecting to a collection in that database. Now it's not DB, well it is client, so name these variables so they like it. There we go, we have our autocomplete. So it's a collection of documents. So these are connections. They're not really doing anything just yet, but we can see that we're going to start doing some methods on these collections. So a collection you can think of as an array of things, but you have a different way of accessing it. You don't push, you call insert one. You don't get, you call find methods, stuff like that. Hey, thanks for the follow, juggling biohazards. Sounds like a dangerous occupation. Hope your day, evening, or night's been going well. So yeah, we have one example here. To use quotes collection, insert one, body, result, all this stuff. So we're going to do kind of what they said, which means we're going to bring our post inside here. So yeah, there are different ways to do this, but this is the way they're having us doing it. Jack Tree, don't worry, you're not behind at all. Like I said, I already had a halfway broken MongoDB account, so don't worry about it. Do not worry at all. More than happy to go over some stuff when you get there. But yeah, how to create the account, how to create the user, like 5 different things needed creating, right? Hey, I'm glad to hear it, juggling. Yeah, I'm giving it my best shot, you know. So do that. res.send result. I don't know what result's gonna be, folks. Oh look, JavaScript knows. This is gonna be an insert one result. What is an insert one result, folks? Oh, okay, we're getting into the complicated types here. So this is a thing with an acknowledged and an inserted ID. Hey, DM Bull, thanks for coming on by. How's it going? It's going good here. We just got to the database portion of this CRUD app, and hopefully it works. I don't know. You're about to see it with us live. Once I find the right tab, which is somewhere over here. There it be. A, B, C, D, E, F. Hey, there we go. Hey, right in time for the success. So we ran that thing, and we just told Express, send me back whatever that is. We didn't know what it was, but we told Express to send it back. We console logged it, so 2022 MongoDB connection. It returns acknowledged and an inserted ID. And if we go to our database, we view the data by clicking somewhere. We click somewhere. There's a place you click. Huh. Back in my day, I remember this being a little easier. Yeah, for sure. It's things have changed, Dan Bull. Let me tell you that. Even I have seen things already different. Browse collections. That's the button. So, Jack Street, you can choose whichever cluster you want. I would highly recommend whatever options you get, use the free one. I can tell you what cluster I'm connected to. I am connected to the GCP Iowa, so US Central 1, and I'm using an M0 Sandbox General. Yeah, the tutorial's not going through Mongoose, DN Bull. I was kind of surprised, but yeah, it looks like I don't think we're gonna touch Mongoose in this tutorial. Maybe in the next one we'll get there. But yeah, it's pure using the driver. Yeah, I did not expect that. So yeah, no Mongoose yet. Yeah, we're going through the tutorial that was assigned for 100 devs. Yeah, this is literally. Yeah, we're going through that. That's why this tutorial. Yeah, yep. And it's the same one. I recognized someone earlier in the cohort asked a question about. So like, I'd never been here. Apparently, I have been here. Yeah, it do be the same one. There's a console log around here somewhere. Doesn't the tutorial say he usually used it though? Had some errors. Yeah. We want to connect your application, so you're at that point. Actually, I don't know if it has errors. It has different messages now. Like it says you're gonna get a giant console message, but you don't. Mongoose. Yeah, I know we'll get to it. We're just maybe you already linked to it. But yeah, Jack Tree, you want to connect your application, and then it gives you this string. This is the string you use, and then you'll switch out the chevron password with your actual user password. Yeah, but yeah, I do remember those errors. Well, I didn't know this article was assigned. I was just helping it. Oh, okay. So we're not gonna go through it. Thanks for the heads up then. Yeah, I guess technically you don't need to. Cool, cool. So yeah, I guess it's gonna be all on us to pick our favorite ORM. Fought this tutorial all day yesterday. Yeah, that's okay. I'm fighting with it today. We getting there. So yeah, we got the read. Technically, we got the right working. I never got to look at the collection. So once you browse it, you click the thing, you see our cute little objects. Yeah, Diemble. I mean, I'm only how far am I? I'm literally about halfway through, so it's probably gonna be. I imagine the most complicated thing here is the update. So the put request where you're gonna upsert, where we're gonna upsert. So I imagine that might be where the API may have changed at some point. But yeah, I'll see if I get that error. See, we'll come to it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, right? Okay. Let us see. I scrolled so far, I lost my spot. Not having a Yoda quote at the beginning of my list. Oof. I mean, we all create our own errors, don't we, Diemble? We're all making our own errors. Yeah, we did get the writing work. It's very boring, but it works. What do we want to do after we write? Well, as much as this is entertaining, seeing this JSON blob, I think from a user standpoint, we want to send the user back. Yeah, it's how you know things are working, right? How do you know things are working if you don't run into errors? So when we insert the thingamabob, we kind of want to go back. So ddd rrr submit. Well, we tried. Database failed us. Here's the error we were talking about. This has got to be it. Tell us what's wrong, node. Response is not defined. No. TypeScript would have saved me from this, but we're not in TypeScript. So it's response and request. There we go. Node mod restart the server for me. I try again, and it fails. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined reading underscore ID. Okay, so we gotta read through this code to find our code. So we got their code, their code, their code, their code. Our code's eventually. Where's our code? Yeah, the order do be mattering. Where's? Well, oh, there it is, line 20. Okay, so insert one response body. No, it's request body. I did it. I did it again. Okay, we try one more time, folks. Nope, cannot get quotes. If that would help. Submit. There we go. So make sure your variables point at the right things, and now it inserted. So that's the writing, I suppose, to the database. So that's the C in CRUD. Now we need the R in CRUD, which is the read. And it appears they want us to do some cursor magic. So find to array. I haven't used that method in eternity. And then console log results. So yeah, I guess we'll start with that part. Just literally logging them in our receiving endpoint. I think, yeah, it brings it back. It's very weird the way they're doing this too, because we're putting all of our handlers inside of the on connect, so it's like, oh, okay. Feels weird. So yeah, we're doing that, we're sending the thing, and then we're console logging the results, whatever they do be. So NodeMon refreshed it, I come here, we see nothing, but in the terminal, look at our lovely objects. Greatly named. Separate everything. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to MVC pretty... I mean, we might get to MVC, we might not actually, I don't know. But I'll definitely get this to MVC, because... spoiler, I'm going to be using this base and modifying it as I see fit for my actual 100 hours backend. So yeah, we get results, and I think they're going to want us to use EJS, my favorite templating language. Hey, Finite, thanks for coming on by. How's it going tonight, this evening? Yeah, I got a few chalk booms in, that's about all. I have used handlebars and mustache in the past. I kind of like what do you call it, EJS, because it's literally vanilla JavaScript, so big fan of it. Hey, and thanks for the follow. Yeah, big fan of EJS because I don't have to learn a templating language. All I have to learn is the tags, and I already know JavaScript, so it's a little easier to, one less thing to learn, you know. Yeah. Unifying everything. But yeah, we're just going through this CRUD tutorial. Yeah, I mean, as far as templating, I guess there's a certain point where you're doing more than a templating language should, but I don't know, I've never... Yeah, templating languages, they do what they're supposed to do, and they got one job, they're pretty good at it, you know? So I think, yep, here comes EJS. We got to install it now. So we run the fancy command. We do the express magic of setting view engine. That does some internal doohickery. I do not know why. Probably might deserve to be in an Anki card, but I have no idea. Yeah, it's setting an internal configurable to that. And now when we call res.render, give it a view and local variables, it will populate that with whichever engine you gave by the string name. Again, it seems a little bit magical to me, but I'm sure it's all extensible and usable under the hood. So, we gotta make a views folder. No more just all HTML lying around. Then we're gonna shove our HTML into the views folder. And now, I'm gonna rename my HTML to a EJS file. Because it gives me a cool little icon, and it probably gives me some VS Code autocomplete. Now, I'm not going to actually do anything in my HTML file. I'm going to, as they do, call response.render and give it a file name. So instead of send file, oh, not there. And we're not doing dir name anymore, because when you're using a view engine, it kind of figures out a relative path based on what you told it, or what the default is. The default being the views folder. And now, this should be working. It was a good thought. Real good thought, folks. Oh, it would be working if the server was on, right? Gotta turn the server on. There it be going. Well, actually, that's it. It's working. I was like, weren't we supposed to see more? No, this is everything we're supposed to see. Hey, Give Hug, thanks for the follow. I'd give you a hug if I could. How's your day, evening, or night been going? So yeah, that render thing is now doing its magic, but the real magic comes when we actually pass it parameters. So we can see here, we're passing an empty object. These are the variables that essentially are passed to the template rendering engine that we can use. So as we can see, we're going to pass it an object with quotes as the key and results as the value. And using this special EJS syntax, so we're not in HTML anymore, we're using this special syntax. Yeah, juggling that. A lot of people have been going through that. I've gone through that a couple times too, because like when you create two folders and they're the same name, it's hard to tell which one you're in. Yeah, it happens. Okay, so using the special EJS crazy characters. Yeah, that's why you always got to run an ls or something in the directory. Like, where am I? This is where I'm at. Or we can go full pwd to get the full path, but that tells you where you're at. It doesn't tell you what's around. And usually what's around is more what you care about than where you're at. maybe you're smart enough, you have the memory enough to know where things exist in certain places, but usually you want to know what your surroundings are. Yeah, so now we're going to do our special rendering and passing an object of quotes. In quotes, we're going to pass results. So I already know results is an array of objects, so we're going to pass it essentially an array of objects. And now, below our little form, using the special syntax, which, if you're using EJS and VS Code, you're going to get some free templating, like autocomplete here. I don't think I have an extension that's doing this. I lied. I have an extension that's doing this, so you shouldn't rely on it, but the extension I'm using is apparently this. It gives you some autocompletes when using EJS-y stuff, or just, I don't know what this is giving me. It's giving me stuff. What do I actually want to do? Equal sign, so just output. There you go, and what are we outputting? Quotes. Now, we're not going to get autocomplete here, because it ain't that smart to know exactly what variables are being passed at what point to which things. So it ain't that crazy. But if I go here, we see the stringified version of what we just had. 3 objects. Absolutely amazing. Now they're probably going to tell us how to do that. But I'm going to call JSON stringify. Because remember, the cool thing about EJS, it's what's it called? Embedded JavaScript? I don't remember what it's called. EJS, Embedded JavaScript Templates. So it's literally, once you do these special characters, you're writing JavaScript. So you don't have to learn another templating language. All you gotta learn is the special characters and what they mean sometimes. So now, look at this. Look at this data. That's my data. And I'm gonna do something real crazy here. No one tell Leon. I'm gonna use a pre-tag that does that, and then once I say JSON stringify, unfortunately VS Code's like, you're writing JavaScript with colors, but I don't know what to tell you about autocomplete. There you go, and then well, how do we clean that up? There we go. So yeah, fortunately DNBall, I mean, as far as docs go, EJS docs pretty straightforward. I mean, they're literally one page. It's kind of like the Mocha docs. They're long maybe, but it's literally just one page of docs. And I mean, fortunately there's not much to it. Like it's not a tutorial where you have to click through 5 next to find the thing. You gotta use some built-in search feature. It's all just right here on one page basically. Like, here's the docs. It's a section, not its own page. Pretty good. So yeah, I'm using the pre tag to do this. If y'all know we're not supposed to, but when you don't use the pre tag, it does this disgustingness right here. So I know Leon says don't use the pre tag, but there are instances where it's useful. Like if you want to, I guess your definition of useful has to shift a little bit, but you can, because remember it outputs everything literally as it is. So usually HTML would collapse all this extra white space, but when you use the pre tag, it's like whatever you put, output. So it's a pretty nice visualization. And with that, we have half of our CRUD app completed, creating and reading. Now we're just gonna add another one just for fun measure. No, quotes is not defined. Yes. So thankfully, EJS gives us pretty great errors when you do mess up. So this is essentially a JavaScript error. You can see this looks like a JavaScript error. Quotes is not defined because I tried to use quotes and it was not defined. Now I did use it, it worked just now, but remember I'm using render also down here where I don't have any quotes. Now my solution for this is to redirect back to the home page. Laziness, just redirect. Go home. There we go. So instead of rendering a new page, which is basically the home page, I tell the browser go back to the home page. Just go back. There we go. So now that is working. So yeah, creating, reading, halfway done. All get left is updating, deleting, and making it look not like this. So yeah, at the end of this next break, we'll be taking a break first of all. Then at the end of that break, we'll be getting on the rest of this. So be sure to take that break, stretch if you can, hydrate, relax. At the end of this, we'll knock out a CodeWars, probably get updating working and deleting working. Sure thing, Jack Tree. Let me env hide secrets. So this is my env file. Oh, let me swap that around. There's my env file. Now you can't actually see the stuff in it, but you don't know what to put in the variable with my information. Okay, so what I would recommend first is not using the env file. So we're going with a string. So if you can get your connection string working right here, now I will be able to show you this part. Grab the database connection string connect. So if you basically put this in here, so don't use environment variables first, get this part working. So this is my username and this is my password. I'm not going to show you my password, but it looks like that. So once you get this working, then you can try to go for the environment variable. And the environment variable is, I can actually show you this part, it is MongoDB URI. Now you can call this whatever you want. Yeah, time to hack me, you got me, all my 5s and 4s. But here's the thing, is one of the 4s a 5, one of the 5s a 4? You'll never know. But yeah, what did I call my env? So I gotta keep dragging this around. Okay, yeah. So you can call your key to the env whatever you want. I called mine MongoDB URI because I think that's what they called it. They called it URL. So I'm a weirdo. I'm a weirdo. Yeah, you almost got Ryan, right? Almost got. But yeah, so yeah, you can just, once you get this string itself working, Jack Tree, then you can think about turning this into, I do have it installed. It's called Cloak. So if I look here, you can't see it, but I'm a little paranoid about it. Like, what if it's not on? Oh, hello there. Be gone. Favorite bot. Hey, we both got him, Ryan. So I'm like, I mean, you see how Cloak is literally like, this ain't a secret, I'll show it. And I'm like, what if I had a password in there, Cloak? Why are you showing? It's like, what a weird hiding algorithm, you know? Like, it says this is not a password. It's like, So usually I don't show it at all, but it feels so weird. Like I'm touching the password right now, folks. It's right there, but you can't see it. So yeah, directory. Get it working as a string first. Then once it's working as a string, console log. And I won't actually console log because then you will see my environment variable. But console log. Oof. Yeah, finite. I mean, it's almost like it's almost an inevitable on one point, but it's like you can keep fighting against it until it's like two different perspectives. So yeah. I have unfortunately leaked a couple passwords and I've been like, okay folks, let's take a 2-minute break while I reset that one. So yeah. I don't have a perfect track record, unfortunately. Super hard to hide stuff. Yeah, it happens. Name comes with the territory. What's that expression? I don't know, something like that. Yeah, that's the whole point. We use environment variables, so we don't usually like stuff. Yeah, and then sometimes like it's like, for example, if you fun fact, if you console log the client, it will actually show the full connection URI in the console log. So it's like if you're just looking at stuff, it's like, oh, there is all your stuff. It's like, darn it. So yeah, lots of yeah, it's gonna happen. So it's less of an if, more of a when, right? It's like, it's gonna happen. How are you gonna handle it when it happens? Okay, hopefully API key. Yeah. For sure, yeah. As the avid console loggers or the avid printers among us, we're most vulnerable. Yeah. Well, sometimes for that damn bull, you can just play it off and be like, yeah, that's a dead API key. It's a dead password. Don't worry about it, folks. Just play it off and maybe. But sometimes it is like, yeah, it's gonna die by the time the stream ends. Don't worry about it, folks. So that's where that by the zoo. Hey, don't say VOD. That's one approach to it too. Hey, yeah, fine. It's the zoo, both physically and metaphorically, eh? So yeah, that was a good break. I mean, that was technically the break. Yeah, welcome back from break, everyone. A very good break. Yeah, we got the create, we got the read, but we gotta do a CodeWars before we jump right back into this. I mean, there are extensions that implement rewind dnbull, where they basically send you back to the VOD. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. Excal turn. I think they do rewind via VOD though, but like, I guess it would be possible since. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna implement it, but it's not impossible to do via a user script or extension because you're on the same domain as Twitch. So what you can do is, and I already have this as a downloader working. You just need to turn it into, what do you call it? You just need to have it hook into the live the live M3AU, whatever it's called, playlist. So right now mine's on the recorded one, but if you hook into the live one, this would be possible. My Firefox hates loading Twitch. I don't know why. Let me get a Chrome over here. Only Chrome loves Twitch. Because I have the user script here. Oh, because it's on videos, not video. Okay. Problem was in chair, not computer. Please pause. So you see I have a Twitch downloader here that allows you to essentially download a VOD as you see fit with ending it. It's barely complete, but so it's very possible to do this. You would just need to make this work for essentially store in memory. So yeah, RIP all your RAM, but RIP. But essentially you would have this, because what this does is it accesses the it makes the same GraphQL requests that Twitch actually does. But when you're on the actual site, you don't have any CORS errors because you're basically you're a trusted user. It's a great thing about user scripts and extensions. It's free real estate almost, you know. So yeah, it wouldn't be impossible. It'd be more effort than I'm willing to put in, but not impossible. Sure, it's out there. Hey, X Chaotic Rage 870. Thanks for the follow. How's your day, evening, or night been going? We're about to do ourselves a CodeWars. Looks like math. It looks like something else. Can a value be both true and false? Define omnibool so it returns true for the following. I think I can manage this one. This variable needs your wizard magic. So what is the thing? So there's a way in JavaScript that it's what it evaluates to. Symbol to, what's that, primitive value? And then the hint's going to be number, right? If I turn this into an object with a to primitive, and if the hint's number, I return 1 or 0. Maybe that's what I want to do. That's the wrong problem. This is the problem. So I turn you into an object. Congratulations, you're an object. I guess I'll set let value equals initially true. But then it's going to be symbol. Gotta spell symbol first. Hey, glad to hear it, Chaotic Rage. Symbol.to primitive. And then I receive the hint. Honestly, I don't care about the hint, do I? I'm going to return, well, I'm going to say value equals not value. Then I'm going to return value as a number. Right? Value is not what's expected. Well, you didn't tell me. Okay, value, not value. There we go. Okay. So, fun fact, I'm using the equality operator, not the strict equality, the abstract equality. So the two equal signs. If there are different types, aka this one's an object, it will use .to primitive to attempt to convert this object to whatever type is similar to this. I think since it's a Boolean, it wants to convert it to a number. We'll find out right now. Oh, it wants to convert it to default. Okay, so I guess it has no opinion unless the other type is explicitly. Yeah, Bull, I think. Yeah, it's kind of like, so in Python, there are these things called dunder methods or data model methods where you can say like double_ string is a thing. Like, and you can define the built-in behavior. JavaScript kind of has those as symbols and a few named that exist, so they don't really have it. Yeah, it's still a function, so it's the same as saying blah blah blah, but we're using symbol.to primitive because the way symbols work is that they are kind of immutable single. They're kind of like enumerables in other languages, so they're single values, but they're not strings. So you can't say like to primitive, unfortunately. It's a special value that validates to it. Hint actually does nothing, but if we look at the to primitive docs, what hint does is that when the other thing, so like JavaScript will pass a hint to this, being like, hey, I'm trying to convert this to something else. So you see when you use the unary plus operator, with it, it sends a hint of number, because you're telling JavaScript, I want this to be a number. But then when you turn it as a string, you're saying, I want it to be a string. And apparently when using concatenation, JavaScript can't figure out what you really want, so it defaults. Yeah, this is supposedly the modern recommended way to convert your complex data types to primitive. It's called to primitive, folks. I think this is the way. There used to be an old value of or to string, but I mean, I think they still work. They're just not standardized like the symbols are. Yeah, very much a JavaScripty thing. And if we want to be real cool, you can say value equals true. Go full OOP. You can say this dot value equals not this dot value. Then this dot value. You'll go full OOP. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool stuff. I don't know when you would need it in the real life, but it's neat. Like, I used it for my Playwright my automation schools, readability as a category. I mean, is that a category? That would be cool though. Is readability? Let me look at this. Readability. It's not. Yeah, I mean, I would do see the other one. So, we went full object, too primitive. Let me give a zoom on this. But yeah, I would like to see a readability vote. All good, Ryan, all good. And so yeah, we got symbol too primitive. We got, there's the value of I was thinking of. So this is the old way to get values of things. It still works, but too primitive is the standardized way. Value of A, okay. So you take, okay, let me figure this out. So you take 0 and you define a property on 0. Okay, so I kind of get it. You're overriding the getter of the value itself. But yeah, this is a way to do it. Huh, nah, it's good. It's good, DMBull. Don't worry about it. That's a way to do it. Hey, someone went fancy. They returned the inversion. Someone went lazy. This is only going to work for one test case. Oh, I didn't realize this was actually meant to be random. I thought it was supposed to be a toggle. Maybe it's supposed to be random. I don't know. ToString. Hey, ToString. That's a method that still works. Too primitive, fancy way. They brought the accents in and everything. Omnibool equals new class. I didn't realize you could make new. What are these? They're not anonymous classes. They're like inline classes. I did not know you could do that. That's cool. Hey, this is literally what I did. ToString. What in good grief is that? What? Okay, someone's just having a lot of someone's just having fun at this point. They're just having fun messing around with values and how JavaScript cohorses stuff. Oh, okay, this one's a cool one. I don't know. I eventually will train AutoMod to be good. We'll get it up there. So yeah, this one's an interesting one. They replace the method to always return the opposite one. Well, it's not returning the opposite one, but it could be. Nah, it ain't you, damn. Well, it's everyone. We get the bit magic. The long regex. Is there a regex? Maybe I missed it. The double knot. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, there are lots of regex solutions to things that don't really need to be, or you can. Yeah, check fruits equals fruits length. Yeah, so that's not fruit length. So that's, at that point, you're just converting it to a Boolean. So if it has any fruits. Yeah, even me, it's like, okay, let's take a minute to process that, you know? Like, this ain't CodeWars. I mean, it works, but it's like, whew. Is it really worth not saying, like, wrapping it in a Boolean or something like that, or saying triple equals something, you know? Like, for that readability, just give me a triples equals. I'll really appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't find it readable either. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, I would prefer triple equals 0 or something, like, or triple, or not equal 0 or something, or greater than 0. Even that would have been cool. But yeah, it happens. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now on to the problem of update and delete. So let's start that timer back up. Of course, that's the wrong button. Don't know what's going on there. Oh, because I'm on the wrong mode. That would help. Been on the other mode the entire time. There we go. Timer is a ticking. Let's get this update and delete added. Okay, so it looks like well, first we need to read it in a better way. This, you mean this ain't readable for us? Yeah, this ain't readable for us. Okay, let's update our EJS to make this readable. So the great thing about EJS is that once you do the special escapes, it's literally JavaScript. So let's do our thing here. I'm gonna make it in an unordered list because I'm the weird one. And then close it off, and then we can say for const quote of quotes. And then there, then you gotta copy this down here because you gotta close off your tags. So it's like writing JavaScript with your HTML, folks. And then it's gonna be li. And what am I gonna want to display here? Well, I have two things. I have the text and the author. So I guess I'll just be. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna do anything too fancy. Quote.text. Close off of that with a quote, and I'll use I because I'm a bad person. And then symbol quote dot name. Give these some really good variable names here, folks. That looks like enough for now. We save it. Since we're using, it doesn't matter if we're using NodeMon, since it's an HTML EJS file, it will automatically reattempt. And there is half of what we want. Hey, El Roberto, or El Roberto, thanks for stopping on by. The stack here is currently Node.js, Express, EJS, and basic HTML and CSS. So nothing fancy too far. Following this here guide, if you want to check it out in more detail. But yeah, we got create working, we got read working. And it's quote, not text. Well, we're finishing off read right now to make this more readable. Yeah, that is our read. Yeah, it looks like they did a little fancier stuff, but oh, they did thing quote. This is fine. No Frost Again framework. No, I haven't heard of that one yet. You know, that's a new one to me. Yeah, we ain't doing no fancy, no front end framework. No, we're not doing. Unless you count the templating language EJS as front end. No, not doing any front end so far. But eventually, I will at some point migrate this base into my 100 hours project, which will be using some form of React on the front end. Haven't decided yet, but that's not gonna be happening this stream, I don't think. Is the new stuff, huh? Yeah, okay, I'll try to jump on that bandwagon as soon as I can. Okay, so let's see what this logic is. So I want us to create a button to replace this quote. Then we're supposed to do something when that button is clicked. We're supposed to make a fetch, specifically a fetch put. Ooh, you're the forefront, huh? Yeah, get in while it's hot. We're getting before it blows up, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're supposed to make an asynchronous fetch. Okay, full on fetch here. How do I do auth? I haven't implemented auth yet. I'm not going to for this small version, but I'm going to, unless someone convinces me otherwise, I'm going to use Passport.js and Mongo as the backend database. So until I hear a better way, Passport.js is the way I'm going to go. It seems to do everything kind of as how I want. Might be newer stuff. Let's see. JSON. Okay, so they're doing. Okay, I'm starting to see what the goal here is. So we want that button. To be able to replace Yoda's quote. Huh. This is an interesting way to do a put. Hey, there you go, Roberto. Yeah, I mean, auth me annoy. I mean, that's why things like Firebase exist. You don't have to really worry about backend. So there are ways to solve it. Okay, so this is to change Yoda's quote, and I can see the error people are talking about now. This specifically changes Yoda's quote. I would like to not have to replace Yoda's quote? Because this is meant to be like an update. And there's delete. Delete Darth Vader's quote. Yeah, okay. Very, don't have it, don't work. If there are more Darth Vader quotes. Okay, yeah. But I'm not going for that. I'm going for a little something different here. So what I'm going to go for, let's look at the thing. I'm going to have a edit button and a delete button. So the delete button will delete this one. The edit button will edit this one. And I'm not going to, I mean, maybe I will make it full on fetch. You know what? I'll make the edit button, put the values in here, switch the submit to edit. That sounds like a lot of work though. Who wants to do all that work? Well, I will go in order at least. So let's add a button for edit. Why did I choose Mongo? Well, it's pretty. So I'm a member of the 100 devs currently, and that's kind of what we're learning. We're learning the MERN stack in due time. So it's an agency with a free training program. So I'm part of that, and currently Mongo MERN is the stack to go for. So we're picking up on Node.js, Express, Mongo, and eventually the React part of it a little bit. I personally am going for it because I've always done the SQL approach. So figure why do it again when I can learn something new by going full NoSQL. Yeah, let's see, what do I want here? So I want this edit button to click here. I don't know what I want the button to do, but I want to have this button, and then I want to have a delete button. Or I'll have an update button. CR update. Yeah, we use the proper terms here, folks. Lovely, amazing user interface. Can't convince me otherwise. Okay, so we have this working, and now we're going to. But we have this rendering. We don't have it working anything. If I make this, so basically I don't know what I want to do yet, but I'm going to do an input type equals hidden. Well, yeah, it's just to learn it, not for any particular use or building any amazing idea yet. I will be converting this base to a project that I am maybe wanting to make. It's basically a time coding project where sorry, I gotta go find the repo. And I will eventually be making this thing full stack, because right now it's just a user script. Where do it be? I need to look at my repos. So essentially it allows, the current implementation allows you to create timestamps as you're watching live content. Currently only works for Twitch, but it'll eventually work for other platforms, and the full stack app is going to allow you to share those with other users, so you can go to a video, and if anyone else has created timestamps or markers for that video, you can just see them on the video as little markers, kind of like how YouTube has, but for other platforms in addition to YouTube, because the YouTube ones only works when the author puts them in the description. And for old videos or authors that don't do that, that's the only way to get things into them. So Raja, unfortunately, it's kind of just a fangled React component. I have been, like, this isn't the first person, you're not the first to ask me to, like, use this outside, so eventually I will make this usable, like as on a website or something, but unfortunately right now it's not anywhere out. How many projects on YouTube don't use timestamps? Yeah, there are a lot, unfortunately, despite it being a native YouTube feature. So it's basically a way to empower the community to timestamp it up. But yeah, update and delete. Let's go for the delete button, because that one seems real easy. So I'm going to wrap this in a form. I don't really care about being asynchronous at all. What we're going to say the action equals quote. Well, the action is quotes also, but the method is delete. Oh, do forms do delete? Might not be able to do that. No. Oh, it says they're part. Why are there no put and delete method on HTML forms? No, I don't want to hear that. Okay, so it looks like I cannot use this little button to just delete. That's fine. So I'll just use the JavaScript way about it. Let's see, let's give this a class name of delete button. Let's give these a data ID of, and then I have to do a weird escape thing for EJS. So there, %e there, percent equals, and then I can say no spaces, quote dot underscore ID. And this is the delete button, and then I write over here the update button. Let's make sure the HTML is generating as I desire. So when I do an inspect, I can see the ID is attributed to the data ID right here. Now I do gotta link up my JavaScript. Script source equals, I'll just put, I suppose that is the next part of the tutorial. Skipping around just a tad bit. Yes, it is partially on GitHub. I'll add this part, what I have right now, to GitHub. Make a new commit. Clicky off. Click, click, click. Second commit. Get or get push. Remote V, here it is. Good old test repo, please ignore. So that's where it is currently. As you can see all the code I have up to this point, minus the environment variable, because that do be secret. And it'll be there for as long as it is. As long as GitHub survives. Of course, happy to help. Yeah, some of that's incomplete. But we'll get right on completing that right about now as we figure out where in the tutorial we are. So find when an update. We're not there yet. We need to link our JavaScript. So they're probably going to use static, but I don't know. Oh, so we're not. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the way this works is essentially some folks went really far ahead in that previous pure node server. They wrote little handlers to detect if the file existed, then to send the file no matter what it was. Express has that built in. They call it static. So again, it's another magic middleware. You go to the server and you say probably around there. You can say app.use and then you pass it the calling of express.static, which is a built-in middleware that serves static files based on some other library. So now the advantage of this is that if someone tries to escape your sandbox, so they try to access files they're not supposed to, this won't allow them to do it. That's why it's better than essentially building your own, like how we were doing. And you tell it which folder to serve stuff from, aka public, and it'll only allow the static files to come from public. And now that I write this JavaScript file, we can console.log hello. And if HTML is linked to it, which it is not yet, script source equals index.js. And now we should see a console log in my browser terminal. Well, we're about to. Let's see. My server off. My server do be off. npm run dev. Get this thing started up. Okay. So let's see. So now that it's started, we can refresh, and we're back here, and we can see the LO from the index.js we just written. So now at this point, we can start writing our JavaScript to make these buttons work. So I'm going to start by making this a little cleaner. And then I will start with the delete button. So at this point, it's front-end JavaScript. We can do it however we want. Since it is kind of statically generated front-end JavaScript, I'm going to get all the delete buttons. Delete button. There we go. So all of the buttons, or just all the things with the class delete button. Say for each button, and then I'm going to add it to my function on delete click event, and I'll say button add event listener. So when we click the button, we want to run this function on delete click, and we'll just start with a console log. Just console logging event current target. So we'll just console log the button that was clicked. It was a real good thought, wasn't it, folks? So this query selector might not be doing what I think it is. It's not. So query selector all delete button is not getting me all the buttons with. Oh, I went full React. The attribute is not class name in HTML. It is class. See, never go full React when you're not there. So now when we click it, we can see we're getting the button. But that doesn't give us the information we need, because we need the ID of the quote to be able to delete it. Fortunately, this is why I assigned data ID to the LI. We can say in our JS, okay, event current target, let's get the closest LI, and then get your data attribute. Yeah, juggling, the clicks are working, which I think is data set .id. So now we can see, I'm not going to get this first, I got it first try. So you can see, now they're a little different because I clicked the same button a bunch of times. You can see it just adds to the count. When I click another button, it's a different ID. So you can see I have a unique identifier for each quote. This is what I need to perform the deletion. So now that we have that unique ID, which we can store in a lovely variable called quote ID. Yeah, first try. So now that I have the quote ID, we need to actually make our fetch to the backend with it. So fetch / quotes, and we're going to be not making a GET request, so we gotta pass it these request init options. What method? We're using a delete method. And what is our body? Our body is quote ID. We'll find out if that works. Then R, what should we be expecting? I don't know. We're just going to console log it. And if everything goes bad, we will catch console.error it. So we don't know what's going to happen, folks, because we haven't written it yet. But we're making a fetch. And now we need to go to the server side and handle that deletion to post. So app.delete / quotes. I said post. And you get a request variable, and you get a response. You get parameters, not variables. And we'll just say response.send GG, because we don't have anything yet. Yes, El Roberto. Event current target returns an HTML element. If we console log our event, you can see, and we just return, you can see what it actually does. So let's see, event, whole bunch of stuff here. Now I use current target because it's just a habit of mine. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's null. Well, how did that happen? Huh. Well, I thought it returned, so I thought I returned the HTML element of whatever you call add event listener on specifically. Okay, it is working. It's just being weird on Chrome or Firefox. So yeah, it does return an HTML element. We can see in the MDN, should tell us An event current target property identifies the current target for the event, aka always refers to the element which the event handler has been attached to. I like using this one because if you, example, attach an event listener to the entire LI and you click something inside the LI, that's the event target. It's what you clicked, while the current target is what the event was bound to. And since I always want to get the button, I don't want to get anything else. Not that it would happen in this case, but it's just a habit. I use the current target. So yeah, they're basically the same until they're different. But you're fine using either. They won't matter until you begin using nested things. It's like non-buttons and such. But it does always return an HTML element. And if TypeScript knew that, it would tell me, but it don't. Listener, yeah, TypeScript can't figure it out. TypeScript is lost. No, not REQ. So if we just console log request body, and while we're here, let's console log the rest of the things body may have, because I don't know where this variable is going. It could go anywhere. Then we click delete. It went nowhere. Okay, unfortunate. So I'm going to do the JSON thing. JSON stringify. Of course, that's not going to work until Express has been told how to read JSON. I think we do that by saying up here app.use express.json. Yep, that's the way we tell Express how to read JSON, by using the JSON middleware that parses JSON and looks at the appropriate request. Now, nope. Okay, let's look at the headers I sent. See why it did not like that. So look at the request. Request payload was just the number. So I didn't save my code, my front end code. That would help. And on the server, still didn't get it. To the network tab again. What went wrong? It's here. Maybe I didn't tell it what kind of data I was sending, so this is why we did this on the back end. Sometimes you gotta do it on the front end too. You have to tell it the type of content, aka the content type. And at that point, you can say application /JSON. So this is so the server knows what it's receiving and what parser it should use or attempt to use. There we go. It worked. What incarnation? So it tried to parse it. So we made progress. It just failed. So quote ID is a string. Maybe I can't send strings. I don't know. We're figuring this one out, folks. There we go. Okay, so apparently you can't just JSON stringify a literal primitive. It has to be in the shape of an object or something along those lines. Don't know why, but didn't work for me. So now we are sending quote ID, and we are receiving quote ID on the server, which is over here. We made it. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there. Yeah, that was a bit of a long spiel there to get that part working. Lots of, why ain't it working? Oh, this is why it's working. Nope, that's not why it wasn't working. Maybe this is why it's not working. But now that we have it, we can make our database stuff to say our quotes collection. And how do we delete? We're gonna delete one. What's our filter? We'll let VS Code tell me. Oh wow, this is the MongoDB. Man, I forgot how this thing works. Speak to me documentation. Filter T schema. Filter user select the document. Okay, so I can probably go by the example. delete one query options. Delete one query. I'm not deleting by name, I'm deleting by ID. So underscore ID request.body.quote.id. Then what do I get? I get a result. Okay, I'm just gonna console log the result. And then we'll continue to say GG to the client, because who knows what happened to them. Okay, so let's go open our terminal on the server, click the button, acknowledge true, deleted count 0. Sadness. It did not delete it. Okay, let's look up how to delete by ID. Because obviously that's not the way to do it. Underscore. Oh, you need to pass the ID as an object ID. I can do that. Remove method is depreciated. Delete one, delete many. So import, I'm not using that one. So I basically need to construct my ID string into a specific object. So if I do this thing, I'm just gonna copy this. Delete one. So this is the stuff. I replace their literal string with whatever that is. I wonder where this whole internet hype is gonna be over. I don't think it's going anywhere just yet, you know? I think the internet's still got a few licks in her. Now if I click the button. Oh, it failed. MongoDB not defined. I didn't import it. Okay. So we say const MongoDB equals require. Then I guess I want this import still work. Const Mongo client equals MongoDB dot Mongo client. I mean, I would love to see. I haven't seen it yet, but I believe we'll find out, right? Time will tell. Everything seems cool or fancy. I mean, true. I suppose so. Acknowledged and deleted. Now if we refresh, it's gone, folks. We deleted it successfully. So in review, we have to call quotes collection delete one. When you give it a key of ID, if you're deleting by ID, you have to give it a value. Oh, that's depreciated. Well, what do you want? What am I supposed to do? Well, why is this depreciated? Please use object ID. Oh, did I typo this? Oh, so don't use the uppercase D, use the lowercase d. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that. But I mean, a lot more is now possible and accessible, so time will tell, right? The greatest equalizer of all. Time. Yeah, then once we do that, we can send, I guess we can status. So we don't really have a message to send, so we'll just say 200 for status code for not deleted. For failure. Or for not found, because that's what would be the reason. That's 404, right? Yeah, so then in our catch, we can say we have error, and we're going to console log the error. Actually, that's not what's happening, because our result object looks like this, deleted count. Okay, so we're going to say result.deleted count triple equals 0. So if we didn't get anything, we failed. Otherwise, what's the 200 codes? Because I think one of them is supposed to be like successful, okay. I don't remember which though. Which are they? Successfuls. 201 created, 200 2 accepted. There's no content. Nah, a lot of these mean stuff. I'll just send 200. And then we will .end because we're not sending any content along. And this should be the thing that the front end can now respond to. So once I have a response, I can say if response.status triple equals 200. So as in we deleted it, we can say, well, we want to delete the list element, right? So we can say const li equals, put that in a variable, and then put that in a variable, li.remove else console. I think we'll throw a custom error. No, we'll just console. We'll alert it. What is this? Quote not found. Have you used Mongoose? I have in the past, but this particular tutorial is not having it. But yeah, I have used it in the past, which is why I'm a little out of my depth here, because I used Mongoose before I used MongoDB, the driver. So I'm like, what are these methods? I never used these in my life. It does make things, it makes things much more object oriented, which is sometimes easier. Usually most of the time easier. You just have to front load a bit of your work, so you have to like set up schemas, while in reality it's a NoSQL database, so there are no real schemas, so you have to define shapes and stuff so your objects can be worked with easier and relations. But when you're not doing that, they're just JSON blobs in a database. Okay, quote manager, let's delete it. And it deleted. Look at all these deletions. Beautiful. EC, DF, submit. Okay. Yeah, Mongoose is nice. I'm gonna be looking forward to getting back into some kind of ORM, Mongoose at minimum. Yeah, Robert, there are some few select people that are like, that was me. That's their mark they left, you know? I made the Google search bar. They do exist. See, code ID. I don't need that as a variable. Well, I do need that as a key, but not as a value. Control-Shift-I. Where are my semicolons? Oh, there we go. So that's our delete button, working like really good. And we are basically near a break, so I'm gonna do is clean up some stuff, make a commit to GitHub, and we're gonna do, I don't think we'll do anything too fancy. Where's the auto formatter when you need it? There it is. Now we're not console locking the result. We just assume you sent good data. We trust our users. I know, very, very risky thing to do. Auto format, thank you. I will simplify these errors. Lovely, less code to work with. We're not using the request, so we can ditch that. Yeah, so we'll bring that down there. A juggling, thanks for the stretch. Appreciate it. Right in time, right near for the break, yeah. Any more cleanup before we make this commit? I'll leave this. This is a good console log. I'll leave it there. Yeah, move that. Oh, we'll put that one below there. They belong together. And these two can get some space between them. Yeah, okay, I'll make this as our next commit. And this will be adding the deletion feature. Add delete button. Lovely. Get, oh, click the server, then git push. And start it back up. Right, almost right in sync with the timer ending. And let us start that break. I've already stretched thanks to juggling biohazards, but y'all should give it a try if you can. along with hydrating and relaxing. And we will catch you after this with a little Code Wars, and we'll finish up the update function of our little CRUD app. Welcome on back from break, folks. We might take... Hey, thanks for the follow. Learning, always learning. I've seen you on CodeWars. I know who you are. Oh, I've seen you at least on CodeWars. You've been putting in the work. Yeah. Hey, you know, folks, now, about a little history lesson is that I actually found 100 devs because I was, watching slash participating in another stream called DevWars, which essentially is like, esports, but for developers. And they rated the Diabolical, who was in streaming cohort 1, and, you know, they've been making, streaming their games, but they've been on a break recently, and they just came back. So if y'all want to do some, basically it's front-end JavaScript, so all the stuff that we know how it works. Make sure I type things correctly here. There we go. So they're live right now, and I might actually play, depending if they can get enough players otherwise. What it does is basically, it's, there are different game modes, Currently, it appears they're looking for members for a classic, which is 3 players versus 3 other players. It's a pretty cool game. And one person writes HTML, one person writes CSS, the other person writes JavaScript. So, for all of those who attended project nights, it's another project night basically. The catch is that there are challenges, like make a button that when you click it does something, and then other things more advanced than that and such. But you get to do it in like an hour. So it's pretty cool if y'all want to head over there and play, or even want to jump in there right now, because they are currently live. And also who is live is, I didn't even realize they went live, DN Bull. They're out there streaming some Next.js, TypeScript Superbase, probably fighting with Tailwind if the last stream was to show anything. Yeah, let me switch the screen and we'll do. I might take an hour of this stream to play their game real quick, depending on if they are able to get anyone else to play. Great thing is that you don't need to know React or any of those other crazy libraries. It's all vanilla. In the meantime, though, we will hit up our CodeWars. Yeah, it looks like they're not really getting many players, so I might be doing this. Yeah, so much for CodeWars. We're doing hour-long CodeWars plus, basically, it's what this is. It's because it's a front-end application. I'm not explaining it well, y'all. I'm trying, though. It was hard enough to keep attention with one thing. Now I got 2 things I gotta watch. Nah. Okay, apparently we're sharing a fair amount of viewers. Sorry, I know this ain't. So yeah, we'll do at least this CodeWars. Software engineering. The Singleton pattern is a design pattern that restricts the instantiation of a class to one object. One object is needed to coordinate actions across the system. What a weird problem this is. But essentially, I think we saw this literally in eloquent JavaScript. Const instance equals null. So if instance equals null, instance equals this, then what I do, I return this. No, I return instance. And then with Singleton, apparently I need to give it a test of 1. So then I can say instance dot test equals 1. No, that's not it. Oh, there's no test cases. No assignment to constant. Hey, there you go. So, weird, just do weird JavaScript assignments, and it works. Hey, intelligence. It's not that. So yeah, this is another one of those weird JavaScript gotchas, you know? Weird JavaScript gotchas. I'm not sure the fancy way to do this. Let's see what the Code Warriors did. I'm curious to see what they did now, because I don't really know the right way of doing this. Yeah, learning, always learning. It's a weird one, but it gave me like 2 honor and 3 honor. Oh, they used a double underscore as a private variable convention. So yeah, that's one approach. Oh, return to function. Yeah, they all seem to be doing the same thing. Assigning some constant variable somewhere and then just using that. Oh, someone put it on the prototype. That's cool. Yeah, all this seems to be working as expected. I'm not seeing a good way to do this. I'm seeing maybe these are the good ways. They just don't look good. But yeah, learning, always learning. It's it is what it is, you know? It's like when they ask you to do weird JavaScripty stuff, that JavaScript apparently doesn't, it's not a native feature. Hey, thanks for the follow, boy onion. I gave it a good shot. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging about. I hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. Okay, so we're gonna... Yeah. You can do everything you can do on Python within Node. Yeah, with the chatbot. Yeah, so I'm using a good catch there, Intelligence. Well, good catch there, Ryan. Yeah, I forgot about that from earlier. But yeah, you can do everything. Essentially, they have access to the same environments, right? So they both have access, Node.js and Python, to the disk and the network, which means they can do the same things. Like, they have the same access. So if Python ever got access to the browser, it could do all the things that JavaScript can do in the browser, just in Python. And there are things with like PyScript that do give it access, or kind of give it location access and all that. But like, so they're on the same environment. As long as 2 programming languages or 2 runtimes are on the same environment, they can do all the same things, including that chatbot. So what I'm using is TMI.js and I believe Comfy. So TMI.js is like the bare bones. Can you use Node to scrape? Can you use Node to... yes you can. It is what I do. GitHub.com. It's what I do. So I've been using the Git Node to scrape. So if we look here, this is all Node.js, JavaScript. It's written in TypeScript, but it runs in JavaScript. So let's look at the easy one. Download solutions. So I use this to scrape CodeWars.com for all my solutions. So let's get to the entry point. So first you need all this information to be working. Then I call fetch first page. Now that takes us up to line 44 apparently, which makes a fetch. Just like in the browser, it's not the same fetch, but it's equivalent. You make a fetch, you set some headers, then you get your response. It's not JSON, so I use text, and then apparently I write it for whatever, I cache it, and then you can take that HTML and it's just a string. You can parse it and do whatever you want with it. What I did was turn it into HTML, but you can parse, you know? I do have also Playwright. Yeah, it's pretty hot, and that's when things all work. Now Playwright, rate Kadas. So for example, sorry, brain got distracted. Yeah, so this is the way if you want to automate a browser. So if like the website doesn't like you making requests, it thinks you're a bot. Sometimes this way works, where you launch an instance of Chrome, you create a new page, and you go, like you go to a URL, you locate some stuff, you type some other stuff, you click submit buttons, and then you, so then what I do is I go to each kind of URL, I go to the solutions, I click the little vote button. So this one ain't much as scraping, it's as automating voting, but the behavior is the same as if you were scraping. So yeah, everything Python can do on the back end, Node can do on the back end. Maybe you don't have the same libraries, but like you can do more data science in Python, mainly because there are more data science libraries written. So they have the same capabilities, they just have different communities supporting them. Oh, let me flip a thing around. Link AdWars. So yeah, full anything Node can do, Python can do too, back and forward. I use TMI.js. There's also Comfy.js there for chatbots, because fun fact, a read-only chatbot doesn't need any authentication. You can just read and do stuff automatically. There's always more to learn intelligence. I learned that thankfully I learned that pretty soon, that but yeah, there's always more to learn. You'll never know it all. I mean, that's the part you just gotta be like, got it. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. So they're both written in C++, right? They're core libraries, because there's C Python, which is what Python is built on. So, like, it's the community that's built around it. It's just because JavaScript's coming second. Oh, sorry, I gotta flip around to tabs. My editor. So we might actually be doing a live DevWars playthrough. Okay, so this is gonna be an interesting experience. I'm gonna be doing a live DevWars game, and I tried to explain it hopefully enough, but that is what we're doing. Essentially, it's gonna be me versus the other person who is currently streaming. Well, they're not streaming, but the game is being streamed here. Oh, we both got it. Whoa, Jack Tree Coding, thanks for the subscription. You don't have to do that. We barely got like 70 or 30 through the project, so I appreciate it. Glad you feel it's worth it. I'm trying to make cool Twitch stuff eventually. Oh, thank Intelligence with the bits. All coming in here. No game is currently active. Well, this is awkward. Yeah, pink star. A little hype. Oh, Intelligence. Yeah, I forgot that notification too. Y'all come in here for the support when I'm pulled in 5 different ways. I really appreciate it. I'll try to keep up. Thanks for the bits, Intelligence. Thanks for the subscription, Jack Coding. And I'm happy to hear it, but I appreciate it. You don't have to, though. I appreciate it either way. Yeah, I'm glad y'all can learn, pick up something. Now I'm kind of feeling like what good old Diabolical felt like when they were streaming. I was like, oh, they're a little rusty. It's like, no, this is very panicky because I don't have enough monitors to keep track of everything going on. I mean, yeah, you do when you want. As soon as I hit a voice channel, it's like, oh, that voice channel fills up. I know it. I love it. I love helping y'all folks. And I love learning too. Like, I didn't know about like symbol to prototype would have been the way to like, it's always a learning experience, right? Community taught. Soon. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, that's who I was talking about, the debacle. They'll come back to us in stream, I'm sure. Nah, they are doing crazy stuff over at Contra. Just miles ahead of stuff. They are literally making the frontier. I don't know what I'm doing here. They updated stuff. They updated stuff. I can't. Okay, I'm opening the WebSockets. I'm gonna try to see what the objectives are. Don't tell them, Ryan. Don't tell them. Where's the WebSocket? Where is it? Where's the information? I need to know. I'm not cheating. It's all about time juggling. I got a little bit more experience than everyone. It's not that much though. Oh, I can't see any information. They fixed it. I can't cheat and see what the challenges are anymore. How disappointing. I love cheating. Yep, it's all in due time, you know, folks. DevWars. Yeah, I know, Ryan. Yeah, it's this. We're not 10 hours into this stream. I have a memory this time. I remember. I remember, Ryan. And back to our roots, huh? Full circle. Oh, great. Let's see what the objectives are. We can only see the objectives incrementally. What in tarnation? Oh, okay. They're being added one by one. Oh, this is a tough one, folks. I'm already sweating. What the? Okay, folks, I'm trying to keep up on this one. This is gonna be good. Huh. Okay, that's easy. That's just a div stuck in the corner. Okay, I got that. So it's just M. Boom. I've done objective 4. That was real easy there, wasn't it, folks? X amount of coins. Players. That's plural. Cash up button. What the? Huh. It seems like 2 objectives in 1. No, I suppose I can ditch this thing too. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm already sweating. Mm-hmm. Good luck. Yeah, I will. Yeah, night. Thanks for coming on by. Okay. Huh. Auto cash out at specified multiplier games. Oh, good game, nice try. That looks like the word good night. That's interesting. Add a list that shows total winnings and cashed out. Huh. Interesting. Well, I could do that, Ryan. Let me think. Well, the Bolical, remember when they did it? They streamed it their experience, but I could do do a raid instead. It's up to y'all if y'all want to be on that side or this side. Oh, I can make a poll. I get to use a poll. How does poll work? I mean, it is solo anyway because I don't have a team. Poll. Okay, yeah. I mean, it sounds good. Maybe next week or whenever they're doing it again, we'll raid instead because there'll be an actual team. This is gonna be a good one. So yeah, thinking of this idea. So players. Imagine there are 2 players. And they start out with 100. Input for each round where they can submit with the cash out button. Huh. For each round, rockets increasing till it caches. Payout multiplier. So that's how much it multiplied their current input. Current multiplier increase at all time. Okay, apparently there's a game. Crash state game. What's it called? What is this game called? They said this name has a game, or this game has a name to it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, 100 devs, it's a great community. Community taught folks. We're all learning at the same pace, just at different parts of the ride, you know? I mean, I don't need a link. I can Google. I just like, wait, what did he say? Just Crash Bandicoot something. Oh, look, a YouTube video. Okay, this is gonna be on YouTube, so I gotta drop that to that tab. I manage tabs perfectly well. Hey, Exita. So, what we are doing is participating in a game being put on by DevWars currently, which is a kind of a competition in which it's 3v3. Currently, it's 1v1, where we build a game, or we're going to be building this game, where we essentially build this little game based on the objectives. Of course, Chrome ain't working. Man, I wish internet would work well. Let's try. Please work, internet. Be cool, internet. Yeah, I think I'll just YOLO it. Link address. Paste that URL. This is a little tougher game than I thought it'd be. In time, Jack Tree. I'm taking it slow and steady. I'm in no rush, you know? I appreciate it. Gonna get got. Oh, I should show the right screen. There we go. Okay. Okay, I finally understood the game. Took me, the goldfish memory took a moment to get there, but now I'm not lying when I say I got it. Essentially, we create this game. Well, here it goes. Okay, the game do be starting. Let's do this. Okay, let me zoom in. I probably can't zoom in on this. So we have an input type number. And then let's see, X amount of coins I can start off with. I'm going to need a display. Div ID of coins. Yeah, we'll just div off of that. We'll change that to span. So coins, that goes there. Put that in a div. This is timed, folks, so if I'm not explaining things well, yeah, that's why. Ain't got time to explain good. There we go. We have coins, we have an input. Then we have a... What do I want to do with this? So I want to do... form? Yeah, I don't really care about a form. I just want a container. But I want a field set. There we go. Field set. Closing field set. Label. What do we see? Bet amount. Or I guess, what is that? Input amount, right? And then close that off the label. Then we want auto checkout out multiplayer. Editor is locked. What the? What happened? Focus mode. I'm focusing. Yeah. Editor is locked. Did something happen? Hide objective. Save. I refresh the browser. Editor is locked. Did I do something? Yeah, Wolfpack. Editor do be locked. Yeah, I know. It is very sad. Very sad. But I'm sweating too. Let me go. Let me try a hard refresh. Editor is locked. On full screen. Are there any... I'm on Chrome. That shouldn't... Weird. I can switch to Firefox real quick. Let me try that. Did it dislike when you copy pasted? Maybe it did. I don't know. I'm gonna try open up in Firefox real quick. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. Drop this off. Probably gotta log in. I do. Log in there. Come on, browser. Be cool. Okay, yeah, so I'm logged in that site. Switch to here. I drop Chrome. Editor is locked. I didn't even get to the JavaScript yet. Huh. Weird. Don't know what to do. I guess I'll just drop it in chat. Just live debugging, folks. Yeah. Yeah, I could do this in VS Code, I guess. Keep my progress. They might have disliked when I did the copy and paste, Eric. Yeah, maybe I won't do that anymore. I mean, I can describe, continue to describe. Let's see. For each round, add a rocket flies upward. That's just going to be a div with position moving up. It's going to be an animation, actually. Current multiplier increase. That's fine. Hey, there it went. Hey, okay, it do be working. We back online. We outside, folks. Hey, Silent Spy, how's it going? Okay. Auto cash out multiplayer. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's a bug. I have to copy and paste. It's the process. So yeah, we're in Firefox now. Whoop-de-woo. Let's say min input amount. What's the minimum? You have to minimum at least one step. I want you to only gamble number rules. Min, you can't go less than one. Max, I think we'll leave that there. That's there. Legend controls. Oh, Silent Spy. I'm currently playing in a kind of an esports like developer game show by DevWars, where I'm competing against someone else to complete this front end application. Let's see. So I need each round add a rocket, current multiplier. So this is kind of main, the body. So I really need to increase the font size here. We're zooming. Sorry, level UI. Okay, so this is where I'm gonna do the rocket. How do I want to do the rocket? I'll just do a red box, right? So div id equals rocket, closing div. Right, let's do the CSS. So we'll do body display. Well, no, let's do. Let's see, main width 100 VH, height 100 VH. That's not how we do these. I'm gonna do 95 because paranoia. Margin auto save. Let's see, rocket. Hey, yeah, the Discord. That's a shout out command. Yeah. I think the Discord link is under that one. So we have rocket, which is background. I hit tab, red, width 100 pixels, height 300 pixels. Lovely rocket. It's a little too big. Let's make it 10 and 30. That's a little too small. Let's make it 50, 100. There we go. Okay, there we go. So for each new round, 5 seconds to bet for auto starts. Ooh, that's a tough one. Current multiplier at each time. So let's say multiplier here. Multiplier. And then we'll say span ID. Span multiplier. This is where it goes. Close the span. What is this? This is 1.0. We'll go 2 decimal places. Multiplier. Here, there we go. Start players out with X amount of coins that they can gamble with. I'm assuming that's a single player though. So let coins equals 100. And I still want to do some more because I have 50 more minutes on this. I need to style it properly. Oh, this indentation looks weird. Can I move this? No, I can't move that. That's okay. So I want to style the rocket. Rocket and dot firing. So let's just say position. So the main kind of needs this size. Not really seeing all the things I want though. Where's my coins, my multiplier? Yeah, I need both of those displays. Let's start off with 100 coins. Multiplier. Where do I want to put this? Weird UI decisions. I'm working on it. So I make main relative. That'll do the trick. Position. Relative. Then a rocket firing. Position. Absolute. Right. 0. And here we are. I think we'll do this manually. So bottom 0. Why is that not working? Gotta open this up in an external tab so we get our debugging powers here. Probably don't have 100% height, right? Come on, inspector. Click the thing. Main. Field set. So rocket. Position right. Bottom 0. Oh, so that does work. Yeah, so let's get my field set. Position absolute. Top 0. Left 0. It's absolute that. Yikes. That's okay. We can do with max content. Whoa, not CSS, whatever that is. Let's do display flux. X direction column. There we go, that's somewhat acceptable. Rock, so we have let's put controls bottom left actually. Field set bottom. No, I want that. So I need bottom down there. There we go. That's more acceptable. Coins. Div ID. Oh, it's class. ID equals coin wrapper. And then here we have multiplier wrapper. There we go. Okay, now we got both wrappers. I'm just gonna manually position them in the corners. So coin wrapper, top is 0, left 0. Multiplier wrapper. Position. We just do it in the right instead. Bottom instead. There we go. I'm not really seeing it though. Oh, it's top and bottom, so it needs to not go to the MDN. Go right and bottom. There we go. Multiplier, coins, and their things in places. That's all that matters. Okay, so I want to give the rocket a firing class. It goes to the bottom. Alright, so it's firing to go to the top. Transition 1s, well, it's 10 seconds. 10 seconds linear. And then, yes, once it gets the firing, it takes 10 seconds to go. So I think this should be what I'm looking for. Maybe not exactly CSS. Let's hide those objectives. Yeah, so if it's firing, top is 0. If it's not firing, top is unset. Yeah, it's probably some JS stuff. Where's my button? Oh, I need a button. Okay, so let's see. Where's this button supposed to do? So coins for the round, reaching around 5 seconds to bet. Start. Right, that's a good enough button. Let's grab the start button. Add a click. What do we do here? We say update rocket. There we go. Rocket class add. What do we add? We add firing on click. So hopefully, when I click the button, it did not do what we wanted. We try again. It did not do what we wanted. Query selector is null. Probably have the JS before the HTML. There we go. So we click the button, and nothing happens. Query selector is null. Line 4. Thanks to the hydrate, Ryan. The start is not query selecting right. Because there is no start button. That does make sense. It is just button. Now we save it and click the button. One more time. Not seeing any failures. Okay, I got the class of firing. Our CSS just ain't doing its job. Okay, so rocket firing top, bottom 0. There we go. Bottom negative 100%. Well, that's a num lock off. So I click the button. No, went the wrong way. That's okay. We go the other way now. I set for 10 seconds. Let's not do that. There we go. There we go. It looks good. Yeah, I'm working on it, Trisha. It's a competition. If you didn't see the other half, the host and all, you can see both of them over at. You can see that there. Okay, so we have this working. So when we add the firing, it's going to basically determine when crash. So let me figure out the logic. So you can submit upward until it crashes. Random to crash. Cash out button pays multiplayer for their bet. Auto cash out. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's a good one. Oh, cool. Okay, so I need to figure out, basically, I got my HTML basically done. I just need to do all the logic now. So let's say, this is the fun part, right, folks? Let's do a little more CSSing though. Now we're done CSSing. Okay, let's see what we got to do. So let's start from the bottom. Players start with X amount of coins they can gamble with. So let's say coin input query selector, which is I think input. So query selector all. I didn't use IDs because I'm lazy. Coin input dot value equals coins. Good, that part's working. I should have some default values in there anyway, but that's okay. Multiplier equals 1. I do the exact same thing. Because I have coin input, I just say multiplier. Well, I'm going to keep saying that word wrong, folks. On the second input, value is multiplier. Yeah, so that sets to 1. Why are these buttons not working? Did I break them at some point? What did I do? Wait, I'm trying to click that. Hold on. Input min step. Maybe I need to give it a max. Oh, because it's below the thing, so it's being overlapped. It's not being positioned absolutely though. So sorry about that. So let's figure out this HTML. Probably just added too much stuff here. Save that. Can I modify it? Nope. Can't even touch them. What have I done? Input type number. Weird. Let's remove this entirely. Let's go to the external page. I literally can't click on it. Oh, because it's hitting the main for some reason. Main. I've been doing some weird overlapping weirdness. Okay, yeah, so main, put that back. I styled main wrong. Main is after, main needs to be before for all the layout stuff to work. Save it. There we go, I can touch it now. Phew, that was close. That was real close, folks. Getting lost in the sauce for a moment there. Okay, so now we have all these variables and you do stuff with them. Reach around, rocket flies upward, increasing till output. Okay, so this is where we click the button, then we disable the button. Well, we disable the field set, right? field set disable equals true. Cost field set equals document query selector. Field set, there it is. Disable true. Add firing. Crash in equals math.for math.random, and it's times however long we want to go. So it's going to be sometimes between now and 10 seconds, but we're going to add a minimum, so it's not going to be at least 2 seconds. Well, it's not going to be at least 1. Well, it starts at 1, so it's technically 9. That's from 0 to 9. Okay, I think that's about right. So this will be a set interval. Update multiplier by 100 or 0.1. Then we write the function. By, then we say multiplier equals by, then we start writing, then it's multiplier where is it? Multiplier output, which is here. Query selector there. There we go. Multiplier output. Text content equals. Okay, so it's working. Let's make this CSS go good the right speed. 10 seconds. There we go. And so it's going up a little by much. 0.01. Oh, this needs to be delayed at 100 milliseconds. To fix 2. Okay, it's a little slow, so I have done my math wrong. If I do it 10, I can go this rate. Just figuring out the math at this point. So the scale is a little bit much. Fortunately, that's just an animation timeout. I can literally make the math whatever I want. So 0, 2, 5. There we go. It looks like, let's see what maximum multiplier I can get. 3.5, so I need to add JS. Well, it needs to crash at some point, so crash in, let's console log, crash in. I need that in the console, so let's new tap that. Crash in 4. Times 1,000. Maybe we don't floor it. Seven seconds. Okay, so I can do that. So it is a set timeout for whenever we're gonna crash. And then what we're gonna do is say interval, put it in a variable so that way we can clear it right here. Now we need to figure out how to pause a CSS animation with JS. Oh no, we can get computed and set it, right? So what we do is we set that, so we clear it, and however long it's going to be to clear, I need to say this crash in. So I do need that variable cost crash in equals this variable crash in. Let's get that logged. 700 milliseconds. It did not last at all, did it? So plus 1,000. And that's 8. So we do less. Refresh. So at least 1 second. You can see this one's going to take 5 seconds. Okay, so I guess it did crash correctly. So what needs to happen is I need to say rocket style position. No, not position. Position Y. Position bottom equals window get computed styles rocket style. Is that how it works? No, we'll see how that looks. Oh, when's it actually going to crash though, right? So let's math this out. Yeah, so we crash in 1 second, real short. So it crashes, but it doesn't remove. So if I remove rocket class list, remove firing. So I stop the animation, right? Oh, you gotta stop, aren't you? Okay, I'm trying to see the styling here. So let's just call what we have here. Let's see what it is in the console. Okay, style is undefined, probably not dot style. So if I remove that, rerun it, 0 pixels. Oof, that's bad. What did I do in the CSS? I am modifying rocket. So I can just set it to, I need something else then. It's not bottom. Y, top, top. Why is top being calculated but not bottom? Okay, let's set the top to bottom. Equals set to top. Okay, this is tough math, I'm not figuring it out. JS pause. If I use an actual animation, I'll be able to pause it easier. Let's see. Solution, remove the transition, save the current state. Computed style. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, but it's not giving me that. Okay, let's do more console logging then, because unfortunately this animation needs to do the thing. Okay, let's see the 300 in here. Let's figure out. It's got to be in B for bottom, right? I'm not sure what the plan is. Okay, let's see. Animation pause, right? So this is kind of what I want. So if I use keyframes, no, from to. Okay, so I need to figure this out. So it's from to bottom. So when it's firing animation, what is it? Firing, no, get out of the way, weird CSS. Firing 1S linear from bottom 0 to bottom 90%. That did not tab as I wanted. Remove the transaction. It's literally going the wrong way. Okay. Okay, now it's 10 seconds. There we go. So I need to be able to pause the freaking animation, which is animation state, I bet, right? Or animation play state. What is it? animation play state. Okay, so I need to say style play state equals paused. No, animation play state. So running, paused. So it needs to be what? Why isn't this working? Animation iteration count infinite? No. Interesting. Duration, name, iteration count. So I've done something. It's not making it pausable. It's because I'm removing the class, aren't I? Yeah, I can't remove the class anymore. Boom, okay, I gotta stop. Phew, that was a lot of work for some reason. Okay, and then when they crash, what do? We end game, which is doing all this stuff here, which is technically in there, so I need that there. So field set disabled equals false, const new. So coins equals, where's my coin input? Coin input dot value times multiplier, times, not plus. And then update coins, gain coins, here we go, same thing as the update multiplier. Where's coin input? What's coin output now? Coin output equals coins update coins. There we go. So I think we have that there. Update the coins. We're going to change the input back to, I mean, we'll leave it there. We'll see. So when we run it, I have 223. I also need to remove and re-add the class. Remove firing. Yeah, we're gaining coins. Gain coins. Yeah, I gained coins too, right? I saw the typo. Yeah. thanks for the spot. Remove firing, and then what is it? Set immediate. There we go. So when we start it, that crashes. We restart it. Now we have to unpause it, don't we? Right. So we have to say running. So we've got to restart the animation. Boom, boom, and boom. Loving it. Okay, that's looking a lot pretty good at the moment. Oh, hey, thanks for the follows, folks. I wasn't paying attention. Thanks for the follow, Novali and Avid 2020. Okay, so when we stop, we need to do that. Essentially, this is working. Now we need the auto checkout. So, cashed out equals false. If not cashed out, then we do this. Otherwise, if multiplier greater than or equal to checkout. If it's greater than this, then we will say checked out equals true, and we'll do basically the checkout logic. Good. We'd reset multiplier back to 0. Okay, so we got the multiplier reset back down. Checked out. Now multiplier needs to go back to 1. It's always at least a 1 multiplier. I'm getting the coins, and it's working. So this is working. Now I need to make a start button. So technically, let's see what we have here. Start players out, correct. Add input for each round cash out button, start of the round. Okay, I don't have that button just yet. Let's add some divs here. And there's the other button, so now we got two of them. Field set div needs to be styling flex row. Show it at the bottom. And what is this? Display flex. I think that'll be enough, right? Okay, I have to do field set div all the children. Flex 1, will that be good? Perfect. Okay, so now we have that button. Cash out button equals button. There we go, and then we have start button equals first button. There we go. Once we start the button, we say cash out button dot disabled equals false. And then once you cash out, you have to disable the cash out button, so it's back to being disabled. Same thing for the rest of our logic. Very wet code, I know. Once we get here though, we have to disable the button no matter what we do. So you get disabled. Now I have to start raising some of these variables out rather. Let cached out. And then here I have to start resetting this. Cached out equals false. Save this. So this should be functional. Cash out should be enabled. Cash out button supposed to be disabled. False. That ain't doing it. That's not how. Is that how it works? Why ain't that working? Work for me. Okay, so it does work. Check out multiplayer isn't good. Line 36. Check out multiplayer. Equals multiplayer input dot value. Push button there. Bring this up. Bring both of these up. Start. Why is cash out being disabled? Okay, I'm literally not disabling or re-enabling the button. Disabled equals true, so we're disabling it here. Saying it's enabled, and then it's saying it's disabled. So let's remove all these toggles to the cash out button. Oh, because the field set gets disabled. No. Okay, that's what's doing it. Undo, undo, undo. Let's put it outside the field set. Okay, we just do that. Okay, so if we don't do bottom solo, CSS field set bottom equals 1 rem, 3 rem. Here we go, cash out, it's bottom left. It's acceptable. Alright, let's put these things back. Hope I have no control Z history. So we start. Dang it, where's my cash out button not doing what I want? I save the HTML. Who's disabling cash out button? Oh, because I'm automatically caching out. No wonder. Okay. Yeah, that would do it. I should do this check before I update the multiplier, though. Enjoy that. Okay, so that is why that was working. Give me a multiplier of 2. Now the button will behave as expected. So we start buttons. Because the value is 1. Then once it hits, crashes. Okay, for each round, display current multiplier when it crashes, it does not check out. If okay, so basically we don't do that there. Don't want to save that. Yeah, when it crashes, we don't cache out. But here, oh, this button's annoying now. When I cache out, I need to actually add functionality to this. Click, here we go. Disabled equals true, so it's done. Cached out becomes true. Cached out is true, and then we perform the actual caching out, which is right here, or checked out. Oh, wait a minute, cached out. Alright, I need this value to be set 1.5, okay? So this is working, I believe. Let's get that thing higher up. Fix our math now, basically. Once it reaches the auto point, it stops, and then it needs to stop caching out. If not cached out, and there we go. Once we do it once, we're done. 1.5, I made it, you're done. Okay, this is technically working. Wow, you really could have went further. Okay, but if we say 1,000, we're going to lose it. Well, it's okay, when we start, we need to lose. So, check out multiplayer, coins input, where is it? Going to input value, inputted coins. Oh. Gambling coins equals 0, and here's where we say gambling coins equals this value, coin, and then what we do, update coins by negative gambling coins, however much you're putting in, you lose that much, and then you're going to gain that much. Okay, good, now we need to use this variable everywhere. We're using coin input value, which is there, and everywhere else we've hard-coded it. There we go. So when we do it, we lose it all. Then if we gain it back, cache out. This is functionality working, right? Functionally, it is working. Okay, what do we want to do? Display current all time, add random chance, rocket will crash, cache out button, players, auto cache out, specified max before round starts. For each new round, 5 seconds to bet before it starts with the progress timer. So it doesn't auto start. Hey, juggling. Yeah, we're working on it. Got it basically working. Oh, I went negative. How did that happen? Oh, if input amount is greater than coins amount. Hold on. If greater than you don't have that many coins. That's the term. So 101, you don't have that many coins. 100, you bet it all. Cash out early. 132, there we go. So you cashed out early. But if we go 1.5, and we cash out 1.5 automatically. Good. Now if we go 10 or we go 100, it's going to go all the way to the end, and we will lose our 100. Boom, you lost your 100. Okay, this is functionality working. I'm going to do the round thing. So basically when it ends, we want this thing to essentially try again. So start next round in 5 seconds. I believe this is technically start new round logic. So let's put all this in start new round. Const start new round equals that function. So starting in 5, save this, run it. We're just going to end. 5 seconds later, next round will start. Okay, hurry up and crash. Hurry up and crash. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's awkward. Should have a console error though. There is one. Start next round. Because it's not start next round, it's start new round. I love naming things. It's so fun. From randomly generated players, including yourself. I don't know if I'm going to do that bonus one. It's going to be interesting. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there it goes again. Nice. Now let's see. So this is working. It's basically infinitely playable. It's at least 1,000. I mean, statistically, let's make the statistics a little better. Where's the math? It's not the math. Where's the math? I'm looking for it. Start new round here. So I guess technically we can crash really early. Let's make that an option. Let's do countdown. This is going to be countdown. You don't have that many coins. Okay, so when you fail, you fail. Like set interval, right? Or I just want to keep basically recursively calling or something. Let's make this asynchronous. That'll do. While const end date dot now plus 1,000. While end date dot now less than end. Await new promise r set timeout r 100 update remaining equals, now what is remaining? African math. Sorry, my brain's starting to I'm trying to keep track of this. Let's go back. Let's just add a custom message thing, right? Basic message will shove stuff in there because I'm not. The goldfish mine ain't tracking. So let's go all the way back to here. Remove that. Starting next round in 5. There we go. Set message, our fancy new function. Text content equals text. Then we need to do const message equals query selector. Query selector message. Okay, so we have the message. There we go. Once we have to get that in the DOM with HTML, which is right down here. Div ID message div, and we need to center this. What is this? Top right. It's a good place to put it. Yep. Div message. Okay, we can do some CSS for that. So let's see. Where are we doing? Current wrapper. coin wrapper, top left, perfect. Then we change that to message, top right, 0. Okay, great. Save that. When we lose or when the next round's about to start, we should see it. Starting next round in 5 seconds. Set message and clear the message here. Okay, so set message. $100 gambled. And then once you actually cash out, it's going to be, you know, something 1. So when you do cash out, gained. There we go. Love that. Don't have that many coins. Yep. Gained coins. There we go. I'm gonna update that to message 2. I have another gambler somewhere around here. Set message. Gained coins. Gained. Let's drop that alert. Set. Geez, you don't have. You can't bet that many coins. You can't bet that many coins. There we go. So we need to say when things win, basically. We did that there. Crashed. Starting next round in 5 seconds. This is when we gamble. You can say how much is gained. Where's that? Where's that? To fixed 2. There we go. Let's update that other message where it's 2 fixed. There we go. I need a rocket. Rocket PNG. Vertical rocket. This looks like a great looking one right here. Please be a PNG. Please be a PNG. Let's everyone cross our fingers. It's a PNG with a trans. Actually, I'm using white, so who cares? Each around 5 seconds to bet. Auto starts again with progress timer. Please just give me a PNG. I will attribute you later. Copy. Come on, right click, right click. I'm not getting a right click. Give me the image. Give me the image. I don't want to download the image. Just give it to me. I'm stealing it. Get PNG. This looks good enough to me. Let's say, so yeah, where is this rocket? Rocket is no longer an it is an image. Source equals there. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's not use width and height anymore. It should be able to automatically hang. 50%. Let's say 50 pixels. It's 150 pixels. There we go. We start, and look, there's the rocket. It's very beautiful. Everyone loves it. Let's make sure we can go 10 for each new round. Allow 5 seconds to bet before auto starts again. A progress timer. Progress timer. Progress timer. Progress timer. And that needs to be beside cash out. Need to add a timer. How's this gonna work, right? Set interval, set timeout. If over. So if over, turn, set timeout. Set timeout for iter. So it's gonna be const do count. So function iter date.now plus 5,000. This would be iter. So main equals remaining equals date.now minus end. Well, it's end minus date.now, and then it's divide by 1,000, and then it's dot to fixed 2, and then what we do, we say timer. So let's get down there. Timer dot text content equals remain. Yep, set remain there. If remain, that should be math.floor or math.max. Max 0. Can't have anything smaller than that. Oh, where's my math go? There's my math. Yeah, well, whatever it is, to fix 2. Good. Remain. If not remain. Or if it's remaining, then we call set timeout to iter at 100 millisecond delay, and this should be my do count, which I need to call it a function. And then at the end of this, I'm going to need to put an else, start new round. Okay, so now when you start iter once, when we do the start new round, we also need to clear the timer. So let's document query selector timer text content equals empty there. So now we need to actually call do count instead of start new round. And hopefully I didn't destroy everything. Let's go. No errors so far. Well, when's it actually going to end? Okay, so hit the thing. We have a counter. Down there, the math is wrong. The math is very wrong. End my state now, then divide by 1,000. Fix the math. I need to get my timer on CSS. Have a bottom, right? A multiplier. There's a multiplier. Multiplier is there. Bottom, 0. What is it? Right, 50%. Now I want timer. Okay, start, hurry up and end. Okay, there it is. Math is wrong again. Did I not save it? End my state now. Divide by 1,000. I must not have saved it. I should really start hard coding this failure state. Sorry, I gotta flip to all these tabs. On 0. Darn it. Max 0. So we have end, which is date now plus the 5,000. So console log date dot now minus, well, it's end my state dot now. Okay, let's get some consoles up here. Is there an error? There's no error. That's sad. Would have been easier to fix an error. Okay, great. So when is crash is in? Start around. Crash in times 1, basically, right? We're not doing that anymore. Instant crash. Boom. Okay, now it's counting down. And it's still counting down. Okay, that's the problem. It never hit 0. So if remain greater than 0, else less than 0. Here we go. Now we have the countdown. Boom. And then you can't bet that many coins. Okay, message is all garbled, but we can ditch the console and we can update this. Starting next round in this message, I'll be calling this instead of timer in there we go, and that is basically remain times what? Just remain, and that might be enough. There we go. Okay, that looks good to me. Let's not make it 100, let's make it 10 for funness. There we go. Oh, that looks like a nice timer. Crash, starting next. Let's fix our crash indicator. Can't bet that many coins. I literally don't have the coins. Save. So if I gamble 100 and I made it past, so I won And when the timer is on, I need to disable the thing, right? So I need, what is it? Not field set, enable button. What's the enable button? Hey, I appreciate it, Ryan. And hey, Debounty, how's it going? Over here in the middle of a competition on DevWars. Where's zeroth button? Start button. Here it is. So here we need to essentially start button disabled equals true. There we go. So and then I disable it, and then once it fails, it re-enables. Right? Yeah, so I can't push the buttons until a thing goes good, and then it goes again, cache out. Okay, all this is good. I need to return, this logic needs to re-enable the button equals false, 11 that. So I mean, it's kind of easy. Let's see, we're gaining 1.5, 150 gained. Okay, so let's stop this. Oh, my step needs to be better. Gotta fix that HTML step. Just by getting rid of it. Oh, that's wrong. Step equals 0.01 or 0.1. Do I not have a rocket? Oh, they don't have a rocket. Okay, good. Eventually I'll bet too much, so let's really increase the thing as much as I can. Oh, I don't know how I was able to modify it. Let's not, shh, everyone be quiet. That's not a bug. Not a bug, not a bug, shush, everyone be quiet. Okay, this is working functionally. Add a list that shows total winnings and cashed out multiplayer from randomly generated players, including yourself. LI, so it's a list. Hey, Silent Spy, thanks for coming on by. Okay, let's get the LI going. So technically this is one UL. Okay, let's get this thing styled now, which I need to style my UL. Hey, King! Over here participating in I'm participating in 100 devs, but I'm also playing in a DevWars game right now against someone else, and I got 6 minutes left to finish my code before it all gets locked down. Position absolute, left 0, top 10%. There we go. UL list style, let's do margin 0 because that thing's annoying. How has your day been going so far, King? Okay, so let's see how much I've gained and lost, right? Update lost gained. So let's see, function update chart. Doing good. Good morning, morning. Yep, I am blue. Yep. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this last part of the list though, because this is bonus objective. I don't know if I can do it. Can I do it? No, apparently I should be resetting input. That's okay. So let's change the input value to this. Yeah, because I'm not using it at the moment, Patricia. I think the end is like any end, so I'll just set the zeros to the ends. I don't know where the ends are. Just throwing this code around everywhere because that will surely work. It's not multiplier input, it's coin input. Ah, that hurts. Less than 3 minutes. Yeah, I think so. I don't think I'm going for the bonus, but I'm still trying to figure out how I messed up the last one though. Closing that code off. So this is functionally working. Ain't got the fancy list, but yeah. I can polish this up with a grid, I suppose. Alright, maybe, yeah, so make input float right. Yeah, okay, that's a cheap way of doing it. Okay, the multipliers are working. This thing goes back down to 0. And then I don't have any coins to play with. Yeah. RIP that person. Ran out of coins. 100 gambled. Okay, so this is working. Okay. I think... Oh no, something just happened with the reset. So something happened with the animation, rather. Oh, I better fix that. I don't know what went wrong. Gained. Okay, so that seems to be working. 33. Oh, it doesn't go back down. It's not going back down. Where's my resetting code? Yeah, so no matter when it starts, I want it to go back to the bottom, no matter what. Right? Right. So let's do this. I should probably minimize this to small at this point. So I gained, it crashed. No, so, okay, something about do count, start new round, close this. I got sum out. Let's put this there. Okay, let's reduce this to 100. Math gets lower. Still 5 seconds there. Okay, it gets reset there. One more time. Okay, good, it's resetting. One more time, here we go. Final test, folks, less than 60 seconds. Gotta make sure this is all working. Save it again, because I failed. Okay, multiplier is 2.6. I cashed out 1.5. I'm not betting anything, so nothing's happening. But if I bet 28, I'll lose 28, and I'll gain. Okay. Okay, folks, I think this is as good as I'm gonna get. Whew. I want to thank everyone who basically struggled along with that. I know it wasn't very much educational, but because I was just completely flustered. But hey, I got through it. I think I got the entire thing working. Is this with the Super Bowl? I think it is, so Trisha. I mean, I haven't found any equivalent, right? This is esports for developers, as they as they say it. Whew. Definitely redeeming a stretch for myself on that one. Yeah, I mean, it was live, you know. I don't know if I got the victory yet. I mean, I know I got a lot of the objectives. I gave up on this bonus one because I was like, whoa, I don't even know how to do that. Like I had the data, but I'd rather kept all this working, you know. um, yeah, that was a good one for sure. Objectives. Oh, it doesn't do it automatically. So if you want to watch the host, they're actually over there. So they're the ones manually checking it in and out. So it's not automatic. It's check in and out. Like they check them and uncheck them on themselves. And then there's user vote at the end for functionality and style. And I don't know. This is a very beautiful red rocket. I think I'm gonna win the CSS vote. What do y'all think, folks? I think I can win CSS. Nah, I'm never good to CSS on these timed ones. Hey, yeah, folks, thanks for watching along with me. Yeah, I think so too. I'm gonna rocket to the moon. Yeah. Oh wow, I got a higher score already. Oh, I wasn't really paying attention to the actual stream because focus mode. But yeah, glad to see it's going on. So it's an image, and I use CSS to animate it up. So I animate its bottom position from 0 to 90%. The CSS rocket's an actual image. I found it. Right here's the image, or right there's the image. Hey, Octo Shrimpy, thanks for coming on by. You got a thing for me? I don't know. It was a good thing or a bad thing. Probably always a good thing, Octo, right? If you're CSS magic. Oh, that's why you're here. We said the word CSS and we summoned you. That's exactly why you're here, ain't it? Ooh, Figma. I heard of Figma. I opened it once. 15-minute rock. I can already see the title. You make this in 15 minutes, Octo. Another rocket. Yeah, I can guess. Y'all probably see it. Wow. Nah. How? Wow, that is some impressive stuff. Got the bits for nice animations. Yeah, I mean, I can see you got the they're all separated out, so I can move this up and down or whooshy whooshy. Man, that's a pretty good one, Octo. Wow. SVG magic, huh? Crazy stuff. Oh, yeah. Ha. How's this thing work? Yeah, I mean, it's an SVG. Of course, it's crystal clear. Yeah. Oh, what's this? What's this weird stuff? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's impressive there, Octo. I was just like, it was a red block for half of the thing. Oh, okay, that's the way I do that. Duplicate and export. Cool. Now we wait for my internet. It's getting there, folks. Just gotta believe. Believe. I'm using Firefox. Maybe that's why they hate me. Yo, DM Bull, welcome bound by. We're out here looking at We're out here watching, we're looking at Octo. They just made a rocket in 15 freaking minutes. Yeah. How y'all doing, folks? Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is Octo's. This ain't mine. Octo's like, I'd make this in 15 minutes. And I would show it to you, but it's like an SVG with all like the cool animatable parts. I can't show it to you because my internet's being like, ha, you can't, you do that. But yeah, in the meantime, I just finished a game of DevWars. I made this. Wait, refresh the page. I made this in 60 minutes. So it's this cute little game that it goes up, and it's based on a real game apparently, where you're supposed to like bet how much you want to bet and all that stuff. So yeah, it's a cute little game, but I had 60 minutes to do it, so I was able to complete it, I'd say. Yeah, Diable. Not even I can make that. 5 hours, not enough time. Like, cause it's like an SVG, like proper, probably all the things and stuff, you know. You're making an animal generator apparently, or like what? What? Let me see. Coding streams, boring to watch. Changed my mind. That's very informal. Hey, RoboDom, thanks for coming on by. Thanks for all following along. And the goldfish memory forgot to push the button. So there's your raid music. Old VOD, not recent. No, the bot. You saying my bot's not working? Never. The bot always works. It never messes up. Oh, you don't save your VODs. Yeah, that's right. It wouldn't be there in the first place. Yeah. I tried to use other sites like Twitch Tracker that did keep eyes on stuff, but I think they know. There's like a Cloudflare anti-bot thing up on there now, and that wasn't like there last week, so I don't know if I just hit it or they just added it. Yeah, it's one of them free ones. Whoa, dude, from Streamlabs, I think. But yeah, I put a lot of effort into picking it out, you know? Put a lot of effort into picking that one out. But yeah, Octo, I got the link saved, so when my internet allows, or I guess I'll have to switch to Chrome, I'll definitely check it out. And, probably, yeah, I think I'll actually continue on this, just to, like, I've already put so much effort into it, might as well make this somewhat usable later. But yeah, I will be, so yeah, let's go find a CodeWars to do. Because the results aren't in yet, and then we're going to be taking a break. Because that one kind of wiped my energy services out. Please be a good CodeWars. Good CodeWars, where are you? Look at all these fives. Disgusting. Transposing a saw. Interlocking. Look at all these fancy words y'all are using. Given a list of notes, output a list of transposed notes in sharp notation. The notes are the following. Using sharp is one step higher, so A is one step higher than A. Pointer vents none to the rocket. Yeah, I was just dragging that around. I do know about pointer vents none, but 60 minutes I was like, ooh, I'm just gonna get functionality. Zero styling. I got an image. That was all the styling I was went for. But yeah, I have used pointer vents none. And what is it? User select? To prevent people from selecting text, right? Yeah, user select is stop this basically, and pointer events literally makes it invisible, so no mouses hit it. Yeah, I've used this a few times. I don't know music, so we're not doing that. Okay. If two non-negative integers make an interlocking binary pair, right to left, have no ones in the same place. It's a little bit mathy. Or do not interlock. Function shows they can interlock. Oh, okay. I think I can do this one. Not in Python though. No, it's not a JavaScript question. No. Okay, so back down to functionality. Let's find an easy one. List of presents. Oh, or how many word. Or a list of lists. I'll call this to look fun. Let's see, two-dimensional list. Hey, DN Bull, that sounds like a great experience right there. For sure. Yeah, thanks for coming by. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, I'll have a good rest of my stream. What LeetCode problem you bring there, King? Oh, threesome. I remember that one. Classic. Brain's too slow to figure it out, though. I know it's the hash map, basically, right? Yeah. My internet's really like, ha, you want to load websites? Good one. Muted all the things. Oh, spoilers, huh? Yeah. Just disconnect from the internet. It's your only safe bet, right? So 2, 5, 2 minus 5. Oh, I can write this thing. Yeah, I think I can make this one. Can't figure out threesome. Okay, I think you can use a hash map in threesome. Apparently I never solved it here. So it's complements, but it's other complements again. So it's not a full hash map, but it's a nested hash map, I think. I can try to think of it. So let's first do const. Essentially, I'm trying to remember what two sums hash map is. Because it's two sums hash map, but nested inside of three sums. Sorry, I gotta think about it. Sorry, I gotta think, because I know I solved two sums somewhere. So let's look over here. So let me think. Two sum. I'm trying to find my problem to other two sum. Read me MD. There we go. Never a bad idea. Yeah. It's always good to take a break, you know? Sorry, my brain got slowed down there. I gotta find where is, because I have two sums solved somewhere. Okay, yep, I actually think I found. Sorry, Goldfish is getting here. Yeah, we LeetCode. We do one little. It's not CodeWars. It's a LeetCode. So I'm trying to think. So let's do the dirty way first, okay? Let's do the real dirty way. And wow, this is the smallest font I've ever seen in my life. Full screen. That doesn't make it any better, CodeWars or LeetCode. Why is this font so small? Okay, so for const. Well, let's use the last little. Wait, is it I not J, I not K, K not J? Okay, so they can't be the same one. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. Did you take a break after the rocket? I'll take a break after this LeetCode. How about that, Pink Star? I'll take a break after this LeetCode. For let I equals 0. A, thanks for the posture check. Click on the cog. A, thank you, King. King, the savior of my eyes. We even get themes. Nice. So we can zoom out and editor settings 16. Oh, okay. I mean, it's definitely an improvement. Got less I need to zoom. Yeah, thank you, Learning Always Learning. All the LeetCode experts, got them in the chat. Appreciate it. I did increase it to 16 pixels. I just need it even larger. Or let j equals I plus 1. I or j less than nums dot length. I know I'm doing it the bad way, folks. We just gotta do it bad before we do it good. Then for let k equals j plus 1. K nums dot length. There we go. So now we're just gonna say if, well, they all can't be the same. So if nums I plus nums j plus nums k triple equals, what are they supposed to equal? All the triplets such that, oh, they equals 0. Okay, so if equals 0, I have to return the triplets. Const or results, right? Yeah, thank you, Learning Always Learning. It is being 0. That's what you get for, that's what I get for not going through prep, right? I don't know what's going on. Results dot push. Again, very bad code. Return all the triplets. So the values and not the indexes. More bad code. There we go. Look at all this bad code. Now we're just going to return 1 minus 1, 1, 2. So this might give me more than I want. I mean, it shouldn't be an infinite loop, but it should be a bad performer one at minimum. Huh. It's not that bad of code, CodeWars. Come on. Oh, don't be embarrassing me like that. It's not that bad. I mean, watch, I'll put it. I was about to put it in my browser, like, watch, it's not that bad. Well, let's do it with this example here, right? Hey, thanks to the lurk, Robodom. Thanks for coming on by with the raid, too. Oh, it's an infinite loop, folks. I just hit an infinite loop. No, escape. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm running on Steam, so I need it for now. And then my internet's like, ha, you closed the tab, you want to go back? Good luck. Okay, so obviously I did the math wrong. K equals j plus 1. So this is the I, this is the j, this is the k, I, j, k. I mean, that's a small array. I don't know why it's crashing. Yeah, it's getting there. War.js. War. We exit that one. Now, what are we gonna do? We're gonna think good thoughts. So let's see. Nums. I mean, it's literally just jump on our breakpoint on this, right? 3 some. I know this is the classic, so imagine this is the end of the interview. They hit you with this question. Can you do it when you have no brain cells left? Good test. Where's the test case? Here it is. Copy. Paste. There it be. Into the debugger we go. Come on, Node.js. Okay, so we're iterating. I, J, K. Close all the doohickey things. Yeah. So we try it. I, J, and K are not the same. Still not the same. So it looks fine to me. Let's just run it all the way through. and obviously something's happening. Breakpoints. So J is never giving up. We're gonna give you up. So J less than num's length, right? Sorry, thinking thoughts. So J is supposed to be less than num's length, but J is 6 billion and something. So something is happening. Let's turn off word wrap. Well, I, there it is. I forgot my I less than. Phew, found it, folks. I'm missing one little conditional. And now, if we say node war, we don't have any console logs. Yeah, I didn't mean to rickroll y'all, folks. It was an accident. It was in my brain. Must not contain duplicate triplets. Okay, so. Hey! Apparently, I just won with the DevWars. So yeah, thanks for all watching along. I'll drop it on screen real quick so you can see the exact screen. So I got more. Oh, I got one more objective than them, and then I barely won the design vote with my little red with my little red rocket. Hey. Thanks for all for hanging by with that, even though it was a little hectic. Yeah, I got it. It ain't no LeetCode, what is it? LeetCode contest where you win laptops or anything, but it's fun, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't much, but me and my little PNG rocket blasted away. I barely won that design vote. Okay, so we have this. I'm supposed to avoid duplicates. So, indexes, right? What's the lazy way to do this? So think of right now I'm thinking duplicates. It's easier. But I need to return all of them. Yeah, Pink Star. Oh hey, Pierogi Ed, thanks for stopping on by. Convert nums into a set. I don't think it's duplicate values. It's duplicate indexes, right? I'm not sure. My brain can't tell me what it is. Oh yeah, I think I actually have you. Oh, it looks like you were working on the Banky and some websites. Yeah, if you want to check them out, fellow I think 100 devers, or not. I mean, they're working on the bank. It'd be weird if someone not in 100 devs was working on the bank. I'm too tired for the bank at this point. Yeah, we're just gonna keep staring at this number here. Thinking thoughts. Oh, didn't mean to hit that button. Yeah, I recognize you just a little bit. I haven't stopped by enough of your streams yet. Yeah, the bank and working on your website. Getting through, yeah. Even getting through bank off stream is not really doable. Oh, you raided, man. The goldfish in my head didn't even see that. I'm sorry, Brogue. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is taxing for sure. Yeah, I just finished making this thing. Where'd it go? Oh, it's gone. Hopefully, yeah, the game ended, so so I just finished an hour-long game in which it was me versus this other person. We both had to make this game. Yeah, we think the behaviorals are slow right now. Imagine when we get there. Unfortunately, these are, what are these? Oh, it's on dark mode. RIP. Yikes. There we go. 1 and 0. 1 and 2. Yeah, I'm just barely getting through the behaviorals or the interview ones, right? Behaviorals. I believe Mrs. Marr did it on watch me get this wrong. Tiny Chicken Codes or something. They're the ones who recently did a behavioral banky. Yay, Tiny Chicken. I was just like, I don't have any at completion. What is it? I don't know if y'all got VODs enabled or not, but either way, they did a tiny Chicken Codes, tiny font. Yeah, I know you are. I know. Yeah, that RPG recently. I was definitely an unexpected thing. I was like, whoa, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, I think the stream before that one, the VOD before that one, if it exists, the behavioral half of it, which, yeah, I mean, they were going real detailed into it. Cannot gamble 0 or less. 44. Cash out. Oh, okay. So this is what my competition made. It was more of a text-based one, and I made this cute little red rocket. I didn't make the rocket. I made the rocket go. Apparently, I just lost. I lost real quick. No, actually, I mean, y'all can technically look at it here. I don't need to show you. Y'all can see it yourself. Play with the game. It took me an hour to make. It's very entertaining, I know. Apparently, it's a replica of some real game, stock simulator, whatever game. But yeah, had an hour to make this based on the objectives. Oh, you got a full-on schedule. Nice. Is that Twitch.tv? Oh, I don't have it in the clipboard. Is that on your actual schedule page, or is it just like on Discord informally and stuff listed? Yeah, that's impressive. Not yet. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, you gotta start somewhere, you know. But yeah, because at least for me, the schedule's the only way I know when people are doing stuff. Or it's the way that people, you know. It's like they made this thing. I think this is what people use it for. Yeah, I mean, it's got your old VODs on it. Yeah. It's impressive. Okay, yeah, and whew, my brain is fried on that one. So we'll do this easier CodeWars. Very easy CodeWars. So, solution to this two-dimensional list in the following format: 2 items, each item is an integer. Process data. The process is a sublist, like so: 2 5, 2 minus 5, 3 4, 3 minus 4, 8 7, 8 minus 7. Return the product of all of them. Okay, we can do that. Return data dot map. Then we have sub. Then we say sub 0 minus sub 1. I have to spell these things out. Then we reduce, which is the product of all of them. So prod. Then we have num. Then we say prod times num. We have to initialize to 1, because we initialize to 0, it'll be 0 multiplied stuff, and that don't work. And this is a lot easier in LeetCode. There we go. Yeah, Rajana, thanks for stopping by. Catch you later. Hope you're able to learn a little something. If not, be entertained by my musings, attempting to get that game working. Oh wow, yeah. You can tell how much I'm out of it. There was a very CodeWars way to do this, with destructuring parameters, using a single reduce instead of a map. Yeah, very cool way of doing it. Longer way of doing it. Oh, here's the way I did it. The map, then the reduce. Okay, oh, this is kind of a classic way of doing it. I liking that. How do I reduce on the map result? So what happened is first it mapped. So I'll go ahead and bring, where'd the code go? Solutions. Okay, so I'll show it off again. because I did go through that one a little zoomy. So first we take this map, and what the map first generates, and we'll show what the map turns it into. So the map takes data, and then from data we get this. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Raj. Yeah. So we get, oh, this is awkward. Come on, CodeWars, show me my logs. There we go. So we get input of 253487, and then that maps into -3, -1, and 1. Now what reduce does is it traverses through each value, multiplying it by the collected value. So the non-reduce way of doing this would be let prod equals 0 for constant num of, I'll keep the map in there just so we're not inventing too many new things. I'm going to say prod times equal num, return prod for product, by the way. So this is the, well, that's awkward. Oh, it needs to be initialized to 1, just like I initialized my reduce to 1. And this is the non-reduce way of doing it. Because remember, reduce is always essentially you are declaring an external variable, and you are updating that, or at the very least, you are reassigning that every run. So external variable, then iterate through the loop, update external variable every time in some way, and then eventually return the external variable. That's all reduce does, just in a functional way. And sometimes well, usually most times it's in a more computationally expensive way, but we're not there yet. Just knowing how to do reduce, because you gotta recognize it, is more worth it than caring about CPU cycles at this particular point. Oh great, what is this question? Okay, what is this? Thinking and testing how many word? What kind of question is this? W-O-R-D. W-O-R-D. W-O-R-L-D. Wait, you can check. Do I have a streaming schedule? Yes, I do. The only consistent part of it is, oh, I have a command for that. Watch the bot be dead. The bot is not dead. Yay. So yeah, it's Tuesdays, 2 p.m. Eastern. The rest of my streams are as I have free time. So this is my one scheduled thing. Nowhere near the Tiny Chicken Squad or whatever that. I'll get the username eventually. Don't worry. They're round the week schedule. So let's see. My cat is waning. W-O-R-D. I think I figured this one out, folks. W-O-R-D. W-O-R-D. Do I have any threes? Here's a 3. W-O-R-D. 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 Yeah, I mean, I have the rest of the days for like actual work, but Saturday is just the day that I have the most free time in a row, which is kind of what you need to do to have for streaming. So let's see, let count equals 0, let car equals empty, for let I equals 0. I'm going to do for const car of s, if car equals, well, actually I'm looking for next, right? Equals next car, then I say next. I don't really need it this way. I know there's a regex way to do this for sure, but let's do word const I equals 0. Well, not const, because let. Then I need to check if car equals word searching. This is needle. This is what I'm looking for. So if equals needle I, then what do well, if it doesn't equal, then I'm done, right? Toodaloo. it does equal, then I'm saying I plus equal, well, I equals I plus 1 modulo 4. I think that'll roll back down to 3. Well, actually, I need to check if I equals noodle dot length minus 1 count plus plus. Then we update I accordingly. Then we return count. Right? There we go. Almost. So expected to instead got 1. Okay, let's see what the ones we're failing on. Console log s I c. Okay, so let's see. We often capitalization. There we go. Of s dot to lower case. Boom. Okay, so this was a pretty fun one. It didn't have really an answer to it, or it didn't have a question. It was more of figure out the code. And that was entertaining. Yeah, that can make it better. This is good enough, though. Okay, and there's the regular expression solution, folks. I knew it'd be here. So we're searching for however many instances we can get the W character, followed by the O, followed by the R, and followed by the D. Then we're counting however many of those matches we can make. That's what I was thinking. I just didn't want to write it with a regex this time. Let me click that button. Pop back that in. That was a good one. So, well, the great thing is we were able to finish our CRUD app before the DevWars. Got some CodeWars done. Yeah, that was good. Now, I did want to finish, so I did want to start on my 100 hours and my leaderboard, because while it is functional, CodeWars.com, it is functional, and I have improved the data of it a bit. I don't even think I have the latest changes here. Nah, I don't. So, yeah, it's not going to be on stream, unfortunately, because I am wiped. But next time, y'all, before the 31st, or maybe before tomorrow, I don't know, I'm going to have this all nice and prettied up with the graphs and all the fun stuff. But I am just wiped today. So, where would y'all like to raid to? If y'all have any favorite streamers you'd like to go to. I'm trying to see if any 100 devers are on. Oh, it does look like we have. So, well, there's me. I don't want to raid myself. There's also Zybranth, who is currently on. They're a 100 dev streamer. What are they doing? They are doing JavaScript code challenges and then some site building practice. Aside from them, can we get their thing to load? But believe in the internet. There we go. Oh yeah, it looks like they're literally doing CodeWars. Yeah, and I don't know if y'all know any other 100 devers who happen to be on. They're not on my list, so I'd like to know about them. But otherwise, I think we're gonna go for Zybranth. Copy. Even the net is tired too. Yeah, it's not dial-up either. It's like, I mean, it ain't fancy, but it is Spectrum. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they've been going for 2 hours, so yeah, we'll probably catch them their last. Let me find out where the raid button is. Let me put them on the thing too. I want to thank everyone who came on by as I find the raid button. There we go. And who watched me go through that that little competition again, some impromptu fun stuff. Yeah, I appreciate the stopping by, learning, always learning, the help on those problems. I'm happy to do it, Pink Star, show the process. We did get through the CRUD app, so we did the minimum. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ryan, it was a little more variety stream. But hey, we had fun. That's all. At the end of the day, we had fun and we learned some cool stuff along the way. Thanks everyone for stopping by, and thanks, of course, to sorry, my brain's slow. To Jack Tree Coding, if you're still here, thanks to the subscription. Intelligence, thanks for all the bits if you're still here. DM Bull and Pierogi, if you're still here, thanks for the raid. And everyone else who my goldfish memory is making me forget, thanks for coming by. Ryan, thanks for being a great mod, welcoming everyone. Pink Star, also hanging around, being good. And everyone else, the goldfish memory can't keep up with. Let's go give Zybrynth a good day. Maybe we'll help them do some Code Wars, right?